It has two important characteristics essentially, which is height and speed. This is what the Prime Minister has spoken about. He spoke about also, the Defence Minister also, who is at the event, spoke about the height of integrity and commitment for India, speed of decision making and delivering results. India 2023 will witness participation of more than 80 countries, ministers of 30 countries, 65 CEOs of global and Indian OEMs are going to participate in Aero India 2023. These are live visuals on your screen. The Prime Minister just inaugurating the Aero India 14th edition, in fact, of Aero India 2023. Aero India 2023 exhibition is going to witness the participation of more than 800 defense companies, including 100 foreign and 700 Indian companies. It's a big boost to the aviation sector, with the Prime Minister talking about the capabilities of this space, undoubtedly underscoring the importance of Make in India and also the kind of self-reliance India has achieved over the years. The Defence Minister also said that in the global sky, India has emerged as a star which is not only shining but illuminating others with its glow. Also talking about height and speed, that happens to be the two important characteristics of Aero India. He also, in fact, said that these were qualities that define the working and personality of the Prime Minister. Sagai Raj has more details on that big story that we are tracking closely. Sagai, the Prime Minister with his speech also has just inaugurated the show. Get us up to speed with what's the mood really like at Yelahanka right now as we speak, and also what to expect in the next few moments from now.
Here, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just inaugurated the 14th edition of Aero India show. He spoke about Indian market and how important when it comes to Atmanirbhar Bharat call by the Indian government, where several, especially the Tumkuru, where recently Prime Minister Narendra Modi has launched a manufacturing helicopter unit there, and following that he has also spoken about Tejas, which is indigenous made by HAL, and he has also spoken about how new opportunities will be created for the youth of Karnataka as well as country because of these new industries which are coming up in the country. And as we speak now, there might be aerobatics and maneuvering which will start now, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with Governor Thawarchand Gehlot, Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and several other dignitaries are going to watch the aerobatics, which will be performed now as we speak. Now, the first aerobatic is from Sukhoi 30.
Staying with these live pictures, in fact, coming in from the Yelahanka Air Base in Bengaluru, where the Aero India 2023, the 14th edition,
a low-level aerobatic display by the
is
world's
underway.
most
Let's listen in.
aircraft, the Su-30 MKI. Now, this aerobatic display will give you some idea about the maneuvers the flanker is capable of performing. The pilot in command today will be Wing Commander Aditya Suhag, Flight Commander of 222 Squadron, which is a maritime BrahMos squadron. Along with him as WSO is Flight Lieutenant Jaipreet. Both of them have mastered their roles for today's display, while Suhag will be busy toying with the 26-ton air superiority fighter and making it loop, tumble, yaw, roll and spin Jaipreet would be monitoring the fighter's critical parameters like height, speed and engine. Pilots for low-level aerobatics are handpicked from amongst the finest and the highest experienced aircrew of the Sukhoi fleet. We are standby for the mighty Sukhois to take off right in front of you.
Short takeoff, Suhad positioning with the left turn to execute the famous loop, double yaw. Rolling now.
The deafening roar of the engines of the mighty Sukhoi taking off. Positioning with the left turn to execute the famous loop, tumble yaw. The Su-30 MKI is the only operational aircraft in the world today that can do this extremely complex maneuver. Taking the center stage now, ready to pull up. Here he pulls up. Into a loop. This maneuver of the aircraft will describe a circle on the vertical plane. It is inverted, coming as a somersault. We call it the tumble. And that's the yaw, ladies and gentlemen. Loop, tumble, yaw. Definitely during this time, the aircraft says goodbye to all known laws of aerodynamics. This combat maneuver helps him to change his direction mid-flight. Apart from the sheer flying skill, this exquisite maneuvering was made possible by a combination of thrust-vectored engines and fly-by-wire technology. This time from our right, positioning along the runway, taking you for a rock and roll. Here he goes, spinning right in front of the dais. Flying in this manner requires not only a good degree of situational awareness, but also absolute mastery on the aircraft and a thorough knowledge of its capability. One more time, shift your gaze towards your left. Do you know what distinguishes supersonic aircraft from each other? It is the ability to fly low and slow, and this is precisely what the MKI will demonstrate to you now, coming in from your left. The speeds are as low as 240 to 250 kmph. And at this moment, the phrase, "Time stands still," does all the justice to this picturesque moment. For today's display, both Suhag and Jaipreet have mastered their roles and are now ready to showcase yet another unique feature of the aircraft. After the right turn, they are again coming to take the center stage. Keep following the aircraft with a bank. Here he comes, 12 o'clock to us. Here he pitches up. It's just as cutting the sky into two halves as easily as you slice fruits with your kitchen knife, and that's why we call it the slice. This astounding maneuver was only possible due to the sheer skill of the pilot and the spectacular handling characteristics of the Sukhoi at all speed regimes. And now coming in for the high-speed run along the dais, this aircraft is now running at 900 kmph. And as the saying goes, don't be fooled by the noiseless dash. Thunder always follows the Sukhoi 30 MKI. As you're seeing the pilot turning left, he will shortly lower the landing gear to come in for a landing. Now generally an aircraft takes the full runway to come to a full stop after landing. However, the fighter will now demonstrate the short landing capability where you will see it complete its roll in less than half the runway, coming to a halt well short of you. From your left, coming in for landing. With the grace and all the panache, you're now seeing the aircraft touching down. And now the pilot has deployed the brake parachute to ensure a very short landing run. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for very own thunderous yet mighty, the Sukhoi 30 MKI.
Ladies and gentlemen, after that captivating display by the Sukhoi 30s, here we have in front of us the light combat helicopter, the Prachand. Though light in weight, this machine carries the punch of a heavyweight. This aircraft has entered operational service, and it is absolutely certain it would live up to its name, the Prachand, the fierce, striking terror in the hearts of the enemy. The display today is being performed by Wing Commander John and Group Captain Rajiv Dubey. Ladies and gentlemen, please notice the rapid pull-up and the unique ability of the rotor as the pilot bunts the helicopter under negative G to come to a hover position far away from the ground. As you can see, this flying machine, the Prachand, has sufficient reserve of engine power and the rotor thrust. The Prachand now is diving sharply, gathers momentum to come in front of us to demonstrate sharp minimum radius turns.
वश नहीं किसी पे कोई वश नहीं क्या जिंदगी है ठोकरों पे मार दो मौत अंत है नहीं तो मौत से भी क्यों डरे ये जाके आसमान में दहाड़ दो आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले मस्तकों के झुंड आज जंग की घड़ी के तुम हार दो आरमान शाम या जान खाओ लाज आज धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो
Gentlemen, here she is, the light combat helicopter Prachand, right in front of you. It's now readying to perform some lateral movement parallel to the runway, which will culminate in the majestic extreme tail-up maneuver. Here she is, moving rearward, top speed.
प्रचंड बोल मस्तकों के झुंड आज जंग की घड़ी की तुम हार दो आन शान या की जान का उदान आज
Now she goes, tail up, the extreme tail up maneuver. This demonstrates the razor sharp response and the control power available to the pilot. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited has placed India among those very few countries that have capability to design, develop and produce dedicated combat helicopters. Combined with the single-engine light utility helicopter, World War Horse ALH Dhruv, HAL has rendered India truly Atmanirbhar in rotary flying machines, both in intent and in content. Is doing a rudder turn right in front of us. reliance in such strategic machine is unequivocal for India's defense, and products like ALH, the light combat helicopter Prachand and the new baby light utility helicopter are part of Atmanirbhar success story of HAL. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause as the Prachand is exiting after an enthralling display.
नहीं क्या जिंदगी है ठोकरों में मार दो तो अंत है नहीं तो मौत से भी क्यों डरे ये जाके आसमान में दहाड़ दो के झूठ आज जंग भी हरी की को मार दो और बादशाह में या जान का उलान बाजे धनुष के बाण पे उतार दो भारत को है प्रचंड
From the skies, it's again the runway. You are about to witness the power-packed takeoff of the Surya Kiran aerobatic team. They will take off in synchronized set of 3 twice, and the single 3 aircraft will take off right after them. We are standby for the Surya Kiran aerobatic team takeoff. The first 3 set, ladies and gentlemen, taking off right in front of you. It's a 9 aircraft display team. Following the first are the second 3 set. Rolling behind them, the single 3 aircraft. Takeoff, they will be back with a bang.
In a short while from now, we will present to you the thrilling, ever-scintillating and heart-stopping air display of the indigenous lightest fighter of the world, Tejas. You will be able to watch the magnificent maneuvers of this aircraft on the screen placed in front of you, showing the live feed provided by DRDO's indigenously developed UAV Tapas. Wing Commander Karthikeya, fondly known as Cat amongst his friends, has lined up the Tejas on the runway for the first maneuver, the show-off takeoff. This maneuver is designed to showcase the might of the powerful GE 404 engine. Ladies and gentlemen, Tejas rolling and piercing into the blue skies of Bengaluru. As the aircraft inverts and comes down again for the next maneuver, please brace yourself for the hesitation roll. Please look to your right as the aircraft accelerates for the next maneuver and carries out a point roll and stops each time over. There it goes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here it rolls again. Continuing to enthrall you all, it pulls up again to execute the vertical pitch back. Watch the curve as it goes up into the lovely skies and dives down again. Spots an adversary and starts turning like a beast. As we see the aircraft moving away, let us remind you of the decades of effort which have gone into making this program a resounding success. Without the foresight and technical acumen of every individual involved, this success won't have been possible. Please look to your left as Karthikeya prepares to push the aircraft to the other end of its envelope with a red eye negative G turn. There it goes, turning the other way around and showing off the versatility of not only the aircraft, but of the pilot too, as he sees all the red in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please look ahead as the aircraft positions itself square of the desk for the vertical Charlie. There it goes, pulling up into the sky, showing off the Delta platform. Illustrating the Indian Air Force's motto, touch the sky with glory. Here it goes, rolling towards the blue yonder. Please look to your left as Karthikeya starts knocking off some speed to greet this wonderful gathering and flying past you at a snail's pace. Ladies and gentlemen, towards your left, Tejas is so slow at a speed of 120 knots that even the winds stop to stare. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, the slow speed run. engages the burners of the powerful 4E404 engines, the aircraft rapidly climbs out and positions for the next maneuver of a half roll. The kind of weapon that the aircraft carries is phenomenal, and that makes the combat capability tremendous and lethal. Please shift your gaze to the right. Karthikeya prepares to roll and invert the aircraft. He will greet all of you in Spider-Man style and then roll all over again. As Wing Commander Karthikeya prepares off and prepares to land, let me tell all of you that with the induction of the Tejas, the Indian Air Force in particular and the Indian aerospace industry as a whole has come a long way in indigenization and self-reliance. With enhanced capabilities in terms of envelope expansion, better avionics, and air-to-air refueling, the Tejas can call itself a truly modern platform. As Karthikeya touches down, I would urge all of you to please give a huge round of applause for our very own Tejas and its braveheart pilots.
After the scintillating LCA, time now, soon crossing overhead and flying in an arc will be the globe formation. Coming in from your left, ladies and gentlemen, now, the C-17 Globemaster along with the Hawks of Surya Kiran aerobatic team. C-17 Globemaster is a massive long-haul aircraft that has been tackling distances and oversized loads. Right now, in an arc formation in front of you, the C-17 Globemaster with the Hawks of Surya Kiran aerobatic team.
Ladies and gentlemen, please look right ahead. The light utility helicopter. HAL is extremely proud to present here in display its youngest and latest member of the growing helicopter family. A few minutes earlier, this was the aircraft that led that 15 aircraft helicopter Atmanirbhar formation. You're doing it. Salute to the dais. The display today is being performed by HAL Chief Test Pilot Wing Commander Unni Pillai along with Wing Commander Bambani. Wing Commander Unni has flown over 8,000 hours over 30 different types of flying machine, both fixed and rotary wing. He has been the CTP, the Chief Test Pilot of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, for over 14 years in his illustrious career spanning over 38 years both in Indian Air Force and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have light utility helicopter right in front of us performing a unique helicopter maneuver, the pirouette. Wing Commander Uni Pillai is keeping the nose pointed to the center as he laterally traverses the circumference of that circle. A very deft maneuver. This demonstrates adequate control power, agility, and the extreme experience of the test pilot. Here they go and perform the extreme tail-up maneuver. Designing a helicopter for India's vast and varied terrain with its conflicting requirements is a daunting task. HAL lived up to this challenge, achieving it completely in-house in designing light utility helicopter. HAL therefore is capable of fully customizing this helicopter to any specific needs of any customer, civil or military, Indian or foreign. The light utility helicopter, after its operational clearance, has now entered the production phase. More than 1,000 of these helicopters are expected to be rolled out from the recently inaugurated Asia's largest helicopter factory in Tumkuru. The helicopter is now performing a few stall turns in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the LUH has completed its captivating display in front of us. The display today is more special as it happens to be the final display of HAL Chief Test Pilot Wing Commander Undi. He will be hanging his boots next month after a glorious career as a test pilot. Thank you very much, Wing Commander Undi, for your leadership. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause, wishing both the man and the machine good luck.
सज्जनों जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें एम्बेसडर्स ऑफ द इंडियन एयरफोर्स के नाम से विख्यात सूर्य किरण एरोबैटिक टीम का ग्रुप कैप्टन जी.एस. ढिल्लों के नेतृत्व में। सूर्य किरण 7 अब आपकी बाई ओर पोजीशन हो चुके हैं। आप सब के जोश लेवल्स को बढ़ाने देयर इज स्क्वाड्रन लीडर पहला फ्लाइंग इन्वर्टेड। किरण टीम आ रही है आपकी बाईं ओर से बैरल रोल के लिए। मैं सारे दर्शकों को बताना चाहूंगी कि इस मैनूवर के दौरान टीम के सारे मेंबर्स एक दूसरे से मात्र 5 मीटर की दूरी पर उड़ान भर रहे हैं। ऐसा लग रहा हो मानो एक अदृश्य डोरी से बंधे हुए हो। वर्षीय टीम ने करीबन 72 शहरों में 600 से भी अधिक डिस्प्लेस करने का दुर्लभ लक्ष्य प्राप्त किया है और केवल भारत में ही नहीं बल्कि विदेश में भी भारतीय वायुसेना का परचम लहराया है। इनमें से कुछ देश हैं म्यांमार, श्रीलंका, लाओस, चाइना एवं यूएई। And that was number 7 buzzing through the skies to carry out a vertical Charlie. नव किरण का रथ सजा है, कली कुसुम से पथ सजा है, बादलों के अनुचरों ने स्वर्ण की पोशाक धारी, आ रही रवि की सवारी, आ रही रवि की सवारी। इन्हीं पंक्तियों के साथ अब आप सूर्य किरण टीम को अपने ठीक सामने से अपनी ओर बढ़ता हुआ देख पा रहे हैं। Approaching from straight ahead, the team is now coming for a crossover break, and let's hear out for the leader's call.
Correction, break now.
आप देख सकते हैं सूर्य किरण 1, 2, 3 और 4 को आसमान की बुलंदियां छूते भारतीय वायुसेना के आदर्श वाक्य नभ स्पृशम दीप्तम को चरितार्थ करते हुए। Glossy bright aircraft that you just saw in the skies are kept ready to fly by our maintenance team, led by Wing Commander Rana, Wing Commander Negi, Squadron Leader Dayal and Master Warrant Officer Kuldeep Kumar. Next, please allow me to take you on a journey where we're bringing the thrill lower and closer to you. Earlier we were flying at 500 feet, but now we will dazzle you by flying at heights of mere 100 feet above the ground and at crossing speeds in excess of 1500 km per hour. Coming in for a barbed wire cross are Surya Kiran's 8 and 6 from your left and Surya Kiran's 9 and 5 from your right. Turning inbound is the synchro pair for a jinking cross. In this maneuver, both 8 and 9, that is Squadron Leader Himanshu and Squad Leader Salaria, will approach each other head on and then cross each other at tree-top height. Showcasing agility and coordination, ladies and gentlemen, please look to your left and to your right. with that, coming in from your right is an 5 aircraft in an arrowhead formation making the alphabet A. Please look to your right. And from the left, number 5, Wing Commander Borgalo and Squadron Allen, they're piercing right through the alpha for that perfect loop. The cake. Well, as the temperatures in this arena are starting to soar, coming in from your right are Suryakiran 6, that is Wing Commander Alok, along with 8 and 9. They will be rolling synchronously to my tunes like ballerinas in the sky in this well choreographed maneuver. Here they make an entrance from your far right. Ready for a roll? 3, 2, and 1. There they go. Advancing next from your right will be Suryakirans 1, 4 and 7 with Suryakirans 2 and 3 ready to draw circles around them. Flying as number 2 is Squadron Leader Garg and as number 3 is Wing Commander Bhardwaj. They will be making a helical structure resembling the shape of a DNA. And in our DNA we store the team's motto of Sadaiv Sarvottam, or always the best. From your right there goes number 3, being closely followed by number 2. Next to the skies are the synchro pair. Please shift your gaze to the front. That is number 6, our very own Cupid, drawing an arrow through the heart. And there it is, a beautiful Suryakiran heart dedicated to Aero India 2023. आज के आखिरी सूर्यकिरण मैनूवर के लिए अब आप टीम को अपने ठीक सामने से अपनी ओर बढ़ता हुआ देख पाएंगे। तो आए सुने सूर्यकिरण टीम लीडर की कॉकपिट से उनकी आवाज।
सूर्यकिरण
और ये था टीम लीडर का सल्यूट हमारे मुख्य अतिथि को। आज हमारे साथ ग्राउंड पर उपस्थित हैं विंग कमांडर अश्विन हमारे कैमरा क्रू के साथ। आज इनकी जिम्मेदारी है ये सुनिश्चित करना कि आज का डिस्प्ले व टीम पूर्ण रूप से सुरक्षित हो तथा टीम लीडर तक रेडियो द्वारा जरूरी संदेश पहुंचाना। Other than the pilots flying today, we have Squadron Leader Chandel and the Squadron Doctor is Squadron Leader Sudarshan.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार करे दरियाओं को आर पार।
हम प्रभात की नई किरण हैं, हम दिन के आलोक नवल, हम नवीन भारत के सैनिक धीर वीर गंभीर अचल, हम प्रहारी ऊंची हिमाद्री के सुरभि स्वर्ग की लेते हैं, हम हैं शांति दूत धरनी की छाव सभी को देते हैं, वीर प्रसू माँ की आंखों के हम नवीन उजियाले हैं, गंगा यमुना हिंद महासागर के हम रखवाले हैं, तन मन धन तुम पर कुर्बान, जियो जियो ए हिंदुस्तान। डिस्प्ले के द्वारा ये संदेश हर घर में पहुंचाते हुए अब टीम आपको अपनी बाईं ओर से लैंड करती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। जहाजों के बीच में लैंडिंग डिस्टेंस है मात्र 1.85 किलोमीटर और टैक्सी डिस्टेंस है 50 मीटर्स।
अपने संग तुझको वहाँ जन्नत से मुलाकात हो, पूरी हो तेरी हर दुआ, आशाएं खिले की, उम्मीदें हंसे की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी।
As they land, the day-glow orange and white scheme of paint that you can see on our aircraft is a colorful expression of our name, the Surya Kirans. सूर्य किरण एरोबैटिक टीम की स्थापना सन 1996 में हुई और इस टीम ने वर्ष 2011 तक किरण जहाज पे उड़ान भरी और अपना आखिरी प्रदर्शन एरो इंडिया 2011 में प्रस्तुत किया। 2015 में टीम को पुनर्स्थापित किया गया, इस बार हॉक मार्क 132 वायुयान पर। The Hawk is an advanced jet trainer licensed manufactured in India by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. It is employed to train all budding fighter pilots of the Indian Air Force. The aircraft is powerful, agile and a potent combat platform with the ability to carry bombs, rockets, missiles and even 30 mm gun.
नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी, आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी।
The team recently undertook various displays to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav or 75 years of Indian independence. Some of the cities where the displays were carried out are Bhubaneswar, Puri, Guwahati, Kalaikunda and Vadodara. To keep up with the schedule of our team, you can follow us on Suryakiran_IAF on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook.
घुमा है, नहीं कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं। मैं गाया जहां भी बस तेरी याद थी, जो मेरे साथ थी, मुझको तड़पाती रुलाती। सबसे प्यारी तेरी सूरत, प्यार है बस तेरा प्यार ही। माँ तुझे सलाम, माँ तुझे सलाम, अम्मा तुझे सलाम। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
As the Surya Kiran's taxi back, I, Flight Lieutenant Rupima, the team commentator, would like to thank all of you for being such a wonderful audience.
होती है प्यार, दुनिया दर्दों में सबके दम के महके थे। तेरा चेहरा सूरज जैसा चांद सी ठंड है प्यार में। वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम।
Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and other dignitaries who have graced this occasion. With the inaugural of Aero India 2023, we have formally set the runway to 1 billion opportunities.
देवियों एवं सज्जनों, अब हमारे मुख्य अतिथि प्रधानमंत्री माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रस्थान का समय आ गया है। हमारा आप सभी से आग्रह है कि आप अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें। श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आज के इस भव्य आयोजन में अपना बहुमूल्य समय देने के लिए हम आभार।
Details from the Aero India 2023 as we continue with the live broadcast from Yelahanka in Bengaluru. The event, the biggest ever till date, is witnessing the participation of 98 countries. Defense ministers of 32 countries, air chiefs of 29 countries. 73 CEOs of global and Indian origin equipment manufacturers are attending this big event. 809 defense companies, including startups, showcasing the advancement in niche technologies and the growth in the aerospace and defense sectors. In terms of deals being signed, 251 agreements with expected investments of 75,000 crores are going to be signed between various Indian and foreign defense companies today. The defense minister has repeatedly emphasized about the event providing a renewed thrust to create a vibrant and world-class domestic defense industry in order to achieve the goal of Atmanirbharta in defense.
Now.
Are part of Atmanirbhar success story of HAL.
Dedicated and capable coastal security helicopter.
Aerobatic team, C-17 Globemaster is a massive long-haul aircraft.
Powerful GE 404 engine. Ladies and gentlemen, they just rolling.
From your left, rolling now.
Are part of Atmanirbhar success story of HAL.
Dedicated and capable coastal security
This
helicopter.
is going to be a 5-day event that begins today from the Air Force Station in Yelahanka in Bengaluru. It has been inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Is a massive long-haul aircraft.
Remember, this is the 14th edition of the Aero India show. In fact, a while ago when the Prime Minister spoke while inaugurating the show, he spoke about India's defence sector and achieving Atmanirbharta. Listen in.
Story of HAL.
Dedicated and capable coastal security helicopter.
आज एरो इंडिया केवल एक शो नहीं है, ये इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ भी है। आज ये इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के स्कोप को भी फोकस करता और सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस को भी फोकस करता है। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि आज दुनिया की डिफेंस कंपनियों के लिए भारत केवल एक मार्केट ही नहीं है, भारत आज एक पोटेंशियल डिफेंस पार्टनर भी है। ये पार्टनरशिप उन देशों के साथ भी है जो डिफेंस सेक्टर में काफी आगे हैं, जो देश अपनी रक्षा जरूरतों के लिए एक भरोसेमंद साथी तलाश रहे हैं। भारत उनके लिए भी एक बेहतर पार्टनर बनकर आज उभर रहा है। आज भारत की संभावनाओं का, भारत के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण हमारी सफलताएं दे रही है। आज आकाश में गर्जना करते तेजस फाइटर प्लेन्स मेक इन इंडिया के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण है। 21वीं सदी का नया भारत अब न कोई मौका खोएगा और न ही अपनी मेहनत में कोई कमी रखेगा। जो देश दशकों से सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस इंपोर्टर था, वो अब दुनिया के 75 देशों को डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है। बीते 5 वर्षों में देश का निर्यात 6 गुना बढ़ा है। 2021-22 में हमने अब तक के रिकॉर्ड 1.5 बिलियन डॉलर से ज्यादा के एक्सपोर्ट को, उस आंकड़ों को हमने पार कर लिया है। अभी 10-12 दिन पहले भारत का जो बजट आया है, उसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनियों को मिलने वाले टैक्स बेनिफिट को भी बढ़ाया गया है। इसका फायदा डिफेंस सेक्टर से जुड़ी कंपनियों को भी होने वाला है।
We're going straight to these proceedings from the House, listening to what's happening in the upper house of Parliament right now.
So, కానీ అటువంటి వంగవీటి మోహన్ రంగా గారిని గుర్తుంచుకునే విధంగా రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం మరొకసారి జిల్లాని కృష్ణా మచిలీపట్నం జిల్లాల్లో ఒక జిల్లాకి వంగవీటి మోహన్ రంగా గారి పేరు పెట్టాలి అని చెప్పి సభాముఖంగా నేను కోరుతున్నాను. అలాగే విజయవాడ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ ని వంగవీటి మోహన్ రంగా గారి పేరుతో వంగవీటి మోహన రంగా ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ గా దాని నామకరణ చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను సివిల్ ఏవియేషన్ మినిస్ట్రీని కోరుతున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన విజయవాడ నుంచి ప్రజానాయకుడిగా దేశవ్యాప్తంగా తెలుగు రాష్ట్రాల్లో విశిష్ట ఖ్యాతిగాంచారు. ఇదే కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం దగ్గర నా ప్రస్తావన. ధన్యవాదాలు సార్.
Another day of this session. This is the budget session of Parliament, and ruckus in fact continues in both houses of Parliament.
Of course, it goes without saying that it is between the state and the AG that the matter has to be sorted out. If between them there is a problem and therefore the AG certificate gets delayed in reaching the central government, I would put it matter of fact that the delay is not at my end. And therefore, I would like to clearly state on the GST compensation as regards Tamil Nadu, AG's certification has been received for 17, 18 and amounts have been released. There are only some disputed amount as the Honourable Member himself is saying, but AG's Certified figures were received for 2021.
In fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman speaking in the House. We're getting you all the details from Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. In fact, a while ago in Raj Sabha, there was ruckus once again.
मैं आप लोगों से विनती करता हूं, हमें हमारा आचरण उस मापदंड पर रखना है कि देश की जनता हमारे बारे में सकारात्मक रवैया रखे।
My colleague Supriya Bhardwaj is getting us more details as to what really is happening inside the Raj Sabha. Before that, listen in to what's really happening inside the House.
भारत के संविधान के मूल मंत्र को ध्यान में रखें, उस पर कुठाराघात नहीं करें। I call upon the honorable leader of the opposition. I expect all sides to listen to the leader of the opposition in rapt attention. That will go a long way in giving us a foundation how we move forward. Please.
Sir, I am grateful to you. You have given a chance to me to speak. I rise today with a heavy heart, expressing my anguish over the going away in which the parliamentary traditions and rules of procedure, the undemocratic, unparliamentary words expunged of my remarks in regarding to our speeches on motion of thanks on the President of Lok Sabha. Sir, the remarks which I made, they are parliamentary, within the parliamentary one thing. And Rajni Patil, unnecessarily, she has been suspended under the pressure of government, and government always, they wanted to suspend the local members.
One second.
Particularly in that.
One second. Please, 1 second.
She has not spoken.
Please, 1 second.
The House could have listened to her.
Leader of the opposition, I request you, you took the floor and you have indicated in so many words that the chair is acting under pressure. These are expunged.
No.
You are forfeiting your right to hold the floor. This can't be done. No, sorry. Nothing will go on record. Every time you make an allegation, chair is acting under pressure. How can that be countenanced? You make it outside, you make it inside the house. No, sir. Sorry. No.
You were not in favor of suspending. This motion.
Shri Jawahar Sarkar.
Seconded by the
Shri Dr. Radha Mohan Das. Dr. Radha Mohan Das.
1 अप्रैल 2016 इस देश में एक बहुत महत्वाकांक्षी योजना प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण प्रारंभ की गई थी। 2,94,000 मकानों का लक्ष्य था, लेकिन उसके सापेक्ष 3,15,00,000 मकान सैंक्शन किए गए, 2,80,000 करोड़ रुपए अवमुक्त किए गए।
All right, now Supriya Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that. Once again, the comments of Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader of the opposition there in Raj Sabha. Supriya have been expunged with the chair taking objection to what has been said in terms of the allegation that the chair is being influenced by the ruling party.
Well, Sneha, today morning at around 9:45 a.m., leaders from 16 opposition parties got together and they charted out a strategy in the office of a leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge today morning in the parliament itself, and it was decided that they will be raising 3 issues both in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha. One being that of as to how the entire discussion and debate is being sought by the opposition on the Adani group issue, and government has to give some time to for that discussion to take place. Second being that of as to how the sizable portion from both the speech of Rahul Gandhi in Lok Sabha and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajya Sabha was expunged, and third being that of the suspension of Rajni Patil. Now today in the morning, just now what we have seen is there was ruckus in both the houses initially, but Rajya Sabha being particularly, we have seen as to how the sloganeering is happening from both the sides, and leader of the opposition Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge was raising the issue of the suspension of Rajni Patil when the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha said that this is not done. You are levelling allegations again and again that the chair is biased both inside as well as outside the house, that is Rajya Sabha. Now the opposition is up in arms. They are saying that they are not being allowed to keep their side of the story. They are also, last time Mr. Kharge has leveled very serious allegations as to how he was heckled when he was making his speech in the Rajya Sabha. At the same time also, what we are hearing is right now that Mr. Kharge is and the Congress camp is saying that if you feel that we are doing something wrong, suspend us also from the house. Also the opposition is building up this narrative that they are trying to get a time for discussion on the Adani group issue, on the unemployment, on the price rise issue, but the government is not very keen to hold these discussions. On the other hand, the government is saying we are ready to hold the discussions. So a massive showdown is going on in both the houses, it's Lok Sabha or in Rajya Sabha, in this entire first phase of the budget session. What we are hearing is that the opposition will up the ante in coming days also. Rahul Gandhi at the moment is in Wayanad, his constituency. He's expected to address the people over there, so more fireworks can come from down south as far as the centre is concerned. As far as the Congress party is concerned, they are going all out, and they are saying that they have launched they had launched their Haath Se Jodo Haath Abhiyan, the follow-up of Bharat Jodo Yatra, but now they are going all out, and they are saying that this very treatment which is being meted out towards opposition by the government and the treasury benches inside the both houses will also be taken up. They are going to try and tell people as to what is going on when they are trying to raise the issues related to unemployment, related to price rise, and that of being the Adani group issue. So opposition is charged up, government side is charged up, and it's a massive showdown which is going on in both the houses of the parliament as far as the budget session is concerned.
All right, Supriya, I'm going to thank you for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you for more developments from parliament. Clearly, there is a lot of fire dousing that needs to be done inside the house. There are various issues raised time and again. Now a notice has been issued to Rahul Gandhi over unparliamentary remarks against Prime Minister Modi in Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha Secretariat on Sunday asked Rahul Gandhi to respond to the BJP's breach of privilege notice over remarks on the Prime Minister. BJP MPs have alleged that the Congress MP said, or rather stated, false, unparliamentary and misleading facts against the Prime Minister during the discussion in Lok Sabha on the 7th of February. The Lok Sabha Secretariat has asked Rahul Gandhi to file his response by Wednesday. Remember, Gandhi claimed the meteoric rise in Adani's fortunes happened after the BJP came to power in 2014. Also made several other allegations, with sections of his speech being later expunged. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court will get SEBI's response to its own queries on safeguarding investors from unpredicted volatility. The court bench had asked the market watchdog to provide means to shield investors after Adani stocks bled in the markets.
जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जो सभी लोग कहते हैं, लिखते हैं, आप लोग जो बोलते हैं, वही बात उन्होंने कही है, उसमें कोई अनपार्लियामेंट्री नहीं है, इसीलिए उसका जवाब वो देंगे.
The government, instead of constituting
Right, going back to proceedings in Rajya Sabha, where Minister Piyush Goyal, in fact, is now speaking. Let's listen in.
Honorable members, I hereby name Raghav Chadha, Mr. Pathak, Sanjay Singh, Mr. Ketkar, इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी, PD नेतम, let us not ridicule this temper to that level. जो आचरण करे मिस्टर शंकर सिंह गोहिल, मिस्टर गुप्ता, मिस्टर अरोड़ा,
आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, आप इस चेयर पे, आप बड़े चेयर पे बैठे हो, एक महिला का जिसका कोई इंटेंशन नहीं, आप पास्ट हिस्ट्री देख लीजिए।
एक बताऊं, सुनना मेरी बात ध्यान से। यदि अगर जो मैंने आंखों से देखा है प्राइमरी मटेरियल के अंदर, आप स्तब्ध रह जाएंगे। आई हैव टेकन द मोस्ट लीनियंट कोर्स। सुनिए सुनिए, जो कुछ देखा है,
हाउस में वीडियो पहले भी बना है,
जो कुछ देखा है, मुझे मजबूर मत कीजिए, मुझे मजबूर मत कीजिए। वो सब कहने के लिए कि कैसे किया गया, किसने किया गया। The House stands urgent to meet at 11:50 a.m. today.
Slogans against the Prime Minister being raised by the opposition, while the chair extremely upset about what's happening. Some words have also been expunged as far as the leader of opposition speech is concerned inside Upper House. And Supriya, once again, the pandemonium has resulted in the House being adjourned for at least another 22 minutes, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes, Neha. Just right now, we were talking about this very issue only as to how there's a massive showdown which is going on inside the Rajya Sabha as well as Lok Sabha. We have seen right from the beginning of this session as to how the opposition has upped the ante against the government, right from the streets till the House. We have seen as to how far the opposition has gone all out and seeking a discussion as far as Adani Group issue is concerned. There were protests across the country on 6th of February, and only this discussion which took place was in Lok Sabha as far as that of the motion of thanks to the President is concerned. Even Rajya Sabha also witnessed a 2-day work where the discussion on the motion of thanks took place. Now in both houses, the discussion earlier last week was in Lok Sabha on the budget also. Today the private member bills and the question hour and the regular business is going on in Lok Sabha. But as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, this is the new battleground as well as the government versus opposition is concerned. Mallikarjun Kharge is not just the leader of the opposition, Sneha, but he also happens to be the Congress president. And what we are seeing is that there are new members who have come into the House and they're all charged up, taking on the government as well as the government side. The treasury benches are concerned. They are also giving it back. So it's a massive showdown which is going on. The clash is going on. The war of words is going on in Rajya Sabha. And then certainly, as we have been seeing as to how the disruption is taking place. Congress party and the opposition is very clearly saying that there is no violation, and that as far as the suspension of Rajni Patil, one of the other Rajya Sabha MP of the Congress who comes from Maharashtra, is concerned, that was not done with following the full process. Now already we know as to how a huge explanation has come from the chair side. The chairperson of the Rajya Sabha has already that day told as to why she was being suspended from the remaining session of the budget session. As far as the opposition is concerned, they are saying that why government is shying away from the discussion on the Adani Group issue. At the same time, they're also saying as to why this speech which was given by leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajya Sabha, and at the same time Rahul Gandhi in Lok Sabha, a sizable portion was expunged. They're also saying as to how they are not being allowed to keep their side of the story, and third being that of the suspension of Rajni Patil. So Congress is, and the other opposition parties are building up the narrative as to how they are trying to get a discussion, but the government is not allowing it. Today morning also 16 opposition party leaders had met in the office of leader of opposition Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. They brainstormed the entire strategy. What we are hearing is that today after the over, there is a possibility that the entire opposition will come out together here at Vijay Chowk and might address the media, because of a simple reason that today being the last day of the first phase of the budget session. Then the budget session will resume in the month of March. But before that, the opposition has upped the ante against the government. As far as the Congress party is concerned, they are all charged up. They are saying that the next battle will be now fought on the streets because there are elections coming in, and also that the battle of all, mother of all battles and war, whatever it is, that is Lok Sabha's 2024 election. So, and we are seeing that the entire political class is now geared up in the election mode, and they are raising, the opposition is raising the issue of unemployment, price rise. On the other hand, the government side also, they're coming back and giving their side of the story. So a massive showdown which we are seeing between the government and the opposition is nothing short of a run up to the Lok Sabha 2024, and we are seeing as to how this is going to be one very heated, closely contested battle, because both sides now are really charged up as far as this entire issue of...
Same scenes are being witnessed from the House again and again. Supreme, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for getting us up to speed with that. Meanwhile, there was an exchange between the chair and the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha just a few moments ago. Listen in.
Sir, the remarks which I made, they are parliamentary, within the parliamentary working. And Rajni Patil, unnecessarily, she has been suspended under the pressure of government. And government always, they wanted to. They wanted to suspend the local members.
One second.
Particularly in that.
1 second. Leader of the opposition, I request you, you took the floor and you have indicated in so many words that the chair is acting under the pressure. These are expunged.
No.
You are forfeiting your right to hold the floor. This can't be done. No, sorry. Nothing will go on record. Every time you make an allegation, chair is acting under pressure. How can that be countenanced? You make it outside, you make it inside the house. No, sir. Sorry. No.
You were not in favor of suspending.
Leader of the opposition, I request you, you took the floor and you have indicated in so many words that the chair is acting under the pressure. These are expunged.
No.
You are forfeiting your right to hold the floor. This can't be done. No, sorry. Nothing will go on record. Every time you make an allegation, chair is acting under pressure. How can that be countenanced? You make it outside, you make it inside the house. No, sir. Sorry. No.
You were not in favor of...
Okay, now these were proceedings from Rajya Sabha where the chairperson, extremely upset about certain statements made by the leader of opposition, has expunged them. 11:50 is when the House resumes. Once again, it's been adjourned at least for 22 odd minutes. We'll continue to keep a close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a break. On the other side, after an ultimatum to demolish Secretariat domes, BJP's Bandi Sanjay targets Nizam, says Nizam's got thousands killed. We're getting you that story in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100. With Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A corporate museum called The Journey has got everyone talking. This museum showcases the origins of the DS Group, its struggling era, initial phase of establishment, the downfall followed by rejuvenation of family members, revival of business and reincarnation of the belief of the founder Sri Satyapalji. It's actually the art of storytelling, which involves a wide range of media and multimedia tools backed by context-driven, strong narrative that has made the outcome truly an undulating one. It took 2 years for this museum to be completed.
I took over the business and I used to see the files of my father, the records and other things. So I came to know that what was the hard work he put in. And in 50s and 60s, where there was no brand consciousness, he used to work hard. We got those handmade designs and other things. Creating brand where trademark and branding was not known to anybody. So then we started collecting them, and there were huge bundles of papers and other things. So we started developing a biography on him.
Okay.
So in 2014 we launched his biography, and वो इतना डाटा कलेक्ट करते करते हमारे को मतलब ये लगा कि अब हमारे को ये म्यूज़ियम के लायक सामान है, तो फिर हमने म्यूज़ियम पे काम करना शुरू करा. And so that from my grandfather's time to father and the next generation and whatever development is going on, all is depicted in the museum.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, the tussle between KCR's BRS and BJP continues in poll-bound Telangana. BJP Telangana President Bandi Sanjay has once again sparked a controversy as he said that his party would wipe out Nizam's legacy and erase the memories of Nizam from the minds of people. Sanjay went on to say that BRS was building a new secretariat with domes to remind the people of Telangana of Nizam culture, even after Nizam killed thousands of people. Also accusing KCR of doing this to please Owaisi and MIM to win upcoming elections. Just days earlier, Bandi Sanjay was on the eye of storm after he said, if voted to power in Telangana, BJP will destroy the Taj Mahal like domes on the newly built secretariat. BRS's slam Sanjay Bandi of playing dirty politics also asked whether Sanjay would raise the domes present on the assembly building of Gujarat.
నిజాం వారసత్వాన్ని నిజాం యొక్క నెత్తుటి మరకలను ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో తెలంగాణలో లేకుండా ఈ తెలంగాణ సమాజానికి ఒక మంచి స్ఫూర్తిని అందించే విధంగా తాజ్ మహల్ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండనియం, అసెంబ్లీలో ఉండనియం. నువ్వు డూబులు కడితే దాన్ని తీసేస్తాం, పక్కా భయపడే అవసరం లేదు. భయపడేపాటి ఇలా హిందువుల ఆరాధ్యత అనేది పోచమ్మ తల్లి గుడి మాత్రం ఆ గుడి గురించి మాత్రం మాట్లాడు.
Some news coming in. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has slammed Home Minister Amit Shah's remarks against Kerala, asking the Home Minister to explain what danger he found in Kerala and complete the sentence when he said in Bengaluru that Kerala is nearby and that he need not say more.
കാരണം കേരളം എന്താണ്, കർണാടകയിലെ സ്ഥിതി എന്താണ് എന്ന് എല്ലാവർക്കും നല്ലതുപോലെ അറിയാമല്ലോ. കേരളത്തിലെ സ്ഥിതി എന്താ? കേരളത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഭരണഘടന വിഭാവനം ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിൽ എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങൾക്കും, ഏത് മതവിശ്വാസിക്കും, ഒരു മതത്തിലും വിശ്വസിക്കാത്തവരുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർക്കും ഇവിടെ സ്വൈര്യമായി സമാധാനത്തോടെ ജീവിക്കാനുള്ള സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ട്. നോക്കൂ കേരളത്തെ, അവിടെ ഇതാ ഒരു വിഭജനവുമില്ലാതെ ആളുകൾ ജീവിക്കുന്നു, എല്ലാവർക്കും സുരക്ഷിതത്വം. അതല്ലേ കേന്ദ്ര ആഭ്യന്തരമന്ത്രിയുടെ വാക്കുകളിൽ നിന്ന് വരേണ്ടത്? എന്ത് അപകടമാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് കേരളത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് കാണാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞത്? എന്താണ് പറയാനുള്ളത്? ഞാൻ അധികമൊന്നും പറയുന്നില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഞാൻ അധികമൊന്നും പറഞ്ഞു നോക്കണം. എന്താ പറയാനുള്ളത് നമുക്കറിയാലോ.
Politics has erupted over former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nazir's appointment as Andhra Pradesh governor after President Draupadi Murmu notified the appointment of former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nazir's appointment as the governor. Congress and BJP have locked horns over the judge's appointment. As the Congress continues to question the appointment of a retired Supreme Court judge as the governor, the Law Minister Kiren Rijiju took an apparent swipe at the party and said the whole ecosystem is once again in full swing over this matter. Without taking names, Rijiju said they should better understand that they can no longer treat India as their personal fiefdom. Remember that Abdul Nazir was part of a landmark judgment, including that on triple talaq, the Ayodhya Babri Masjid dispute and the demonetization case.
नज़ीर अहमद साहब जैसे जस्टिस मिलेंगे नहीं, उनके फैसलों के ऊपर आप प्रश्न लगाएंगे, स्पष्ट दिखता है कि आप देश के किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन पर विश्वास करने को तैयार नहीं है, चाहे सुप्रीम कोर्ट हो, चाहे इलेक्शन कमीशन हो, चाहे वो आर्मी हो. ये प्रश्न खड़े करने का काम इसलिए क्योंकि जो इनको सूट करे वो ठीक है, जो सूट ना करे वो ठीक नहीं है. ये माई वे हाई वाली पॉलिसी ठीक नहीं है.
ये बड़ा बहुत दुखद है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को इस तरीके की बातें कर रहे हैं. आज देश विकास, तरक्की, उन्नति की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है और इसमें अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी सहयोग नहीं कर सकती तो कम से कम इसके रास्ते में नहीं आना चाहिए. हम सबको मिलकर तरक्की की तरफ आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और सकारात्मक तरीके से राजनीति करनी चाहिए.
देखिए, जजेस को गवर्नमेंट जॉब देना, गवर्नमेंट पोस्ट देना अनफॉर्चुनेट है. एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 50% रिटायर्ड जजेस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं उनको भेज देती है, जिससे लोगों का यकीन जुडिशरी पे कम होता चला जाता है. जस्टिस गगोई को अभी तो राज्यसभा दी थी, अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया.
या तो कन्वेंशन होनी चाहिए अगर सब भी पार्टीज का इस बात के ऊपर राजीमंदी हो जाए, नहीं तो कानून बनना चाहिए कि पोस्ट रिटायरमेंट जॉब्स जो हैं वो 2 साल के लिए नहीं मिलेंगी किसी को भी. ये जुडिशरी के अपने हित में है क्योंकि अटकल पचू बातें कही जाती हैं और ऐसी बातों को से छुटकारा पाने के लिए एक कानून ही बना देना चाहिए.
देखिए, ये वही जज साहब हैं जिन्होंने अयोध्या की जो 5 जजेस की बेंच थी उसमें ये एक हिस्सा थे और वो जो उसका वर्जन आया था, जो उसका फैसला आया था उसमें इन्होंने पॉजिटिव दिया था. और यही वो जज साहब हैं जिन्होंने नोटबंदी को भी जायज़ करार दिया था. तो जो इन्होंने किया था उसका इनाम सरकार इनको.
News coming in. This is the Delhi Dozer Dangal 2.0, where demolition drive is triggered. A protest going straight to Ram. Getting asked those details.
बख्शा गया उनकी तरफ से, जिसके भुगतान 19,700 रुपये हमने पूरे किए. आज 63 साल हो गए हमारे को यहाँ पे रहते हुए. आज हमारे को चैलेंज किया जा रहा है कि आपकी डिमार्केशन हुई है और आपकी ये जमीन महरौली में नहीं आ रही, लद्दासराय में आ रही है. क्यों सर? आप जब हमारे को अथॉरिटी दे रहे थे, आप हमारा 63 साल से हमारा जो एड्रेस है वो 1092 92/1 मेहरौली है, तो ये लद्दासराय कहाँ से आ गया? आप अपने मन से जैसे मर्जी डिमार्केशन कर देते हैं और बोलते हैं कि ये फॉरेस्ट है।
ठीक है, ये देखिए, अब मैं तस्वीरों के जरिए आपको दिखा दूं कि मेहरौली में बस अड्डे के ठीक पास का ये जो एरिया है, यानी जो आपको ये बड़े बड़े होर्डिंग्स और ये दुकानें नजर आ रही हैं, कार्रवाई के लिए तैयार है डीडीए का बुलडोजर, और साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं आप। और साथ ही साथ जो मार्केट के जो व्यापारी हैं, यानी जो पीड़ित वर्ग है, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और दूसरी खास बात आपको दिखाते हैं कि देखिए किस तरह से जो इलाके में यह कार्रवाई शुरू हो डिमोलिशन की, उसके लिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर सीआरपीएफ के जवानों के साथ साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम जवान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। और दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों में, खासकर मेहरौली के इलाकों में, आपको बता दें कि जो डिमार्केशन का मुद्दा है वो लगातार सुर्खियों में आ रहा है। पिछले दिनों जब कुछ एक इलाके में बिल्डिंग तोड़ी गई, तब डिमार्केशन का मसला आया। दिल्ली सरकार ने साफ तौर पर कहा कि डीडीए जिस डिमार्केशन को आधार बनाकर ये कार्रवाई कर रहा है, बुलडोज़र चला रहा है, उसे हम कैंसिल करते हैं। लेकिन अब देखना ये होगा कि डीडीए किस तरह से इस पूरे मामले में आगे की तरफ बढ़ता है। इन सब के बीच आप जुड़ते हैं यहाँ के व्यापारियों से। सबसे पहले ये बताइए कि इससे पहले क्या कोई नोटिस आया था, किस तरह का बुलडोज़र चलेगा?
हमारे को एक जनरल नोटिस हमारे को 14 दिसंबर को लगाया गया था यहाँ पे हमारी बिल्डिंग में, जो एक हमारा नहीं है, पूरी मेहरौली अंधेरिया मोड़ तक हमारी यहाँ से शुरुआत हो गई और पीछे अंधेरिया मोड़ तक चिपकाया गया था, जो तकरीबन कोई 1500 से 1800 नोटिस हैं। हर घर में चिपकाया गया, फ्लैटों में चिपकाया गया कि आपको 10 दिन का समय दिया जाता है, आप अपनी जो अनऑथराइज कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको आप हटा लीजिए। सर, हमारा कोई अतिक्रमण है ही नहीं, अनऑथराइज हमारा कुछ भी नहीं है, हमारा जो भी है सब वैध है, सब लीगल है।
तो आप ये बताइए कि ये हर साल इस तरह के अतिक्रमण की कार्रवाई चलती है या ऐसा पहली बार हुआ?
हमारे को 63 साल जब से अलॉट हुआ है, 63 साल में पहली बार ये हमारे को ये बोला गया है। हमारे को तब ये पहली बार बात की गई है कि ये आपका ये ऐसा है और आपकी हमने दिल्ली सरकार ने डिमार्केशन की है, और ये डिमार्केशन जो है हमारी दिल्ली सरकार ने, उसमें आपका प्लॉट आता है जो, और आपका आधा प्लॉट हमारे को ये चैलेंज में दिखता है, हम ये इसको हम तोड़ेंगे।
यहाँ पर कौन सी शॉप है?
सर, ये हमारी ये पूरी बिल्डिंग हमारी है, ये तनेजा स्टोर, नीचे तनेजा स्टोर, IIFL बिल्डिंग, ये सारी बिल्डिंग हमारी है।
तो आपने देखा कि साफ तौर पर जो नोटिस है, नोटिस कुछ दिन पहले थमाया गया था, और उस नोटिस के मिलने के बाद से लगातार यहाँ के जो दुकानदार हैं और दूसरे लोग हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हैं। इन सब के बीच आपको बता दें कि जो वक्त है तकरीबन 1 बजे का है, और दूसरी तरफ जो JCB है यानी बुलडोज़र है वो खड़ा हुआ है, और जिसने जहाँ भी सुना वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और यही आपको बता दें कि जो इलाका है पूरी तरह से छावनी में तब्दील कर दिया गया है। CRPF के जवानों के साथ साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम जवान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और यहाँ पर आपको दिखाते हैं कि जो कार्रवाई है डिमोलिशन की वो लगातार चल रही है। ये वो जगह थी जहाँ पर 1 बजे के करीब डिमोलिशन होगा, लेकिन एक ऐसा स्ट्रक्चर जो कि फिलहाल आपको देख सकते हैं कि पक्का स्ट्रक्चर है, उसे तोड़ने का काम JCB मशीन के जरिए किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस के जवानों ने मोर्चा संभाला है, मेहरौली थाना पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और यही वजह है कि इनको सबसे पहले नोटिस दिया गया, और नोटिस के बाद ये कहा गया कि तोड़ा जाएगा। लेकिन अब आप देख सकते हैं कि जो तोड़ने की कार्रवाई है वो लगातार चल रही है। कुछ दिन पहले एक ऐसा इलाका था जहां पर स्टे मिल गया, और स्टे मिलने के बाद कोर्ट की जो DDA की कार्रवाई थी वो बंद कर दी गई। लेकिन अब अंधेरिया मोड़ के करीब का ये इलाका है, काफ़ी डेंसली पॉपुलेटेड बसा हुआ है, और आपको बता दें कि कुतुब मीनार के पास का एरिया काफ़ी करीब है, और बस अड्डे के करीब का ये इलाका है। और ये कहा जा रहा है DDA की तरफ से जो कुछ हिस्सा है डिमार्केशन में वह अवैध के तौर पर आइडेंटिफाई हुआ है, चिन्हित हुआ है, लिहाजा JCB की मशीनें यहाँ पर लगातार काम कर रही हैं, और साफ तौर पर कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति न बिगड़े इसके लिए भारी संख्या में पुलिस बल तैनात कर दी गई है। मेहरौली एक ऐसा इलाका है जो कि आर्कियोलॉजिकल पार्क के तौर पर आया था एक हिस्सा, और उस हिस्से में जब तोड़फोड़ की गई तब कुछ लोगों ने बताया था कि उन्होंने जो मकान खरीदा था उनकी प्रॉपर रजिस्ट्री है और दूसरी चीज़ें हैं। बावजूद इसके अब जो दूसरा इलाका है अंधेरिया मोड़ की तरफ का, जहां पर आज यानी सोमवार को कार्रवाई हो रही है, वो आप देख सकते हैं कि पक्का स्ट्रक्चर भी है और साथ ही साथ कुछ सेमी पक्का स्ट्रक्चर भी है जिसे तोड़ने का काम किया जा रहा है। अतिक्रमण का हवाला भी दिया गया कि अतिक्रमण हो रहा है और जो हिस्सा अतिक्रमण के अंतर्गत आ रहा है उसे तोड़ने की कार्रवाई DDA की तरफ से की जाए। इससे पहले DDA ने बाकायदा पुलिस फोर्स मांगी थी और दिल्ली पुलिस के जवानों की जब मुस्तैदी यहाँ पर हुई है, CRPF के जवानों की मुस्तैदी हुई है, तब जाकर DDA अपनी कार्रवाई कर पा रहा है। और साफ तौर पर DDA का ये भी कहना है कि पहले इन इलाकों को नोटिस सर्व किया गया था और कुछ दिनों पहले ये कहा गया था कि इसे खाली कर दें, अव्वल नहीं तो ये तोड़ दिया जाएगा। और दूसरी तरफ आप देख रहे हैं कि आज नोटिस मिलने के बावजूद भी जब ये स्ट्रक्चर खाली नहीं हुआ तब डीडीए अपनी तरफ से यहाँ पर कार्रवाई कर रहा है। तो साफ तौर पर एक काफ़ी ऐतिहासिक जगह है मेहरौली का, जहाँ पर कुतुब मीनार के करीब का इलाका और काफ़ी ऐतिहासिक मॉन्यूमेंट्स यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन अक्सर ये होता है कि मेहरौली के नसीब में अतिक्रमण आ जाता है और लिहाजा डीडीए जैसी संस्था को कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है। हालांकि लोगों ने बहुत ऐसे कागज़ दिखाए और साफ तौर पर ये कहा कि यहाँ पर एक दो नहीं बल्कि 60 साल से ज़्यादा का वक्त से वो यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं। बावजूद इसके यहाँ पर पुलिस प्रशासन और दूसरे तमाम लोग कोर्ट के हवाले से इसे तोड़ने की कार्रवाई भी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि जो अब तक यहाँ पर रह रहे थे उनको काफ़ी मायूस हैं वो अपना टूटते हुए स्ट्रक्चर को देख करके। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ पुलिस और डीडीए का हवाला यही है कि कोर्ट के आदेश पर साथ ही साथ अतिक्रमण फ्री इस पूरे इलाके को किया जा रहा है। जी।
Ram getting us all of those details of the demolition drive that is being carried out in Mehroli, and residents are up in arms against the DDA.
आ रहा है उसे हम कैंसिल करते हैं, लेकिन अब देखना ये होगा कि
Getting you all the details of what's really happening in Mehroli. We'll continue to keep a close eye on all of those developments, even as residents continue to protest against the administration. Heavy security bandobast, as is evident from these pictures. It's time for a quick break here. Much more news on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
One of the deadliest natural disasters in the history of mankind, with over 26,000 deaths, many still under the rubble. The tremor-affected regions of Turkey and Syria overwhelmed. On Saturday, Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan said that the loss to his country is unimaginable.
Yıkılan binaların yanı sıra sayılarını yüz binlerle.
In addition to the already collapsed buildings, the other ones, whose number can be expressed in hundreds of thousands, have also become uninhabitable due to their damages. So far, the total loss of life in the earthquake area has reached over 21,000 and the number of injured rose to 80,000.
Ayrıca 80.000.
The quakes have not only reduced thousands of skyscrapers to dust, but also have destroyed key roads.
Look at the damage on this part of the road. The plates moved, the tectonic plates moved as so much that the road has completely been uprooted, not just here, but all along this area. And there were several vehicles on the road early in the morning. Those vehicles were damaged after the crash, after the earthquake.
The burial grounds are witnessing an unprecedented influx of bodies. People are queuing up to the burial grounds to bury their loved ones.
Very, very sorry images of people beyond themselves in grief. They are injured themselves, they are hurt themselves, and yet the situation is so bad that...
Roses, gifts, mushy letters, soft toys, yawn, and a very big yawn. So cliched and been there, done that. Travel can be a good activity to even reconnect, talk and spend time without the push and shove of everyday routines. But where? If your Valentine loves the hills, choose a quiet getaway which is not a regular resort or a hotel and get nestled into the valley with nature around you. you both enjoy the water, skip Goa and do something fun and out of the box. Then there are cities which are known for their romance. But which ones are they, and are they even worth it?
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching Lunch Break. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Prime Minister Modi kicks off India's flagship air might show. Stunning air display by our air heroes as Surya Kiran, Su-30s and light utility helicopters take to the skies.
Helicopter maneuver, the pivot.
Politics erupts over Prime Minister Modi's visit to Aero Show. Karnataka Congress MLA mocks says Prime Minister visits even for minor issues before elections. BJP hits back, says Congress is scared of defeat. Endless expungements in Parliament as Adani showdown peaks amid Modi-Adani Bhai Bhai slogans. Kharge accuses Raj Sabha chair of bias. His remarks have been expunged as well. After an ultimatum to demolish Secretariat domes, BJP's Bandi Sanjay targets Nizams. Says Nizams got thousands killed. War over appointment of Ram Janmabhoomi judge as Andhra Pradesh governor. Congress calls it Ram Mandir payback. Law minister says whole ecosystem is in full swing again. Death toll across Turkey and Syria due to earthquake crosses 34,000. Rescue operations continue in full swing. India Today, the only channel to be report from quake-hit Turkey.
The images behind me are mind-numbing. They're actually soul-numbing. Not one, not two, not three, but there are thousands of graves here of people who were killed in the devastating earthquake.
We had have some news coming in from the apex court, where the Supreme Court has upheld the centre's right for Jammu and Kashmir delimitation, which means that this verdict is in favor of the government. The verdict was on petitions challenging the delimitation. Exercise of powers made under Act of 2019 is valid, is what the court has said. Nothing in this judgment will be considered as giving imprimatur to Article 370 as the matter is pending before a different bench. Undoubtedly a big win for the centre ahead of proposed elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Court has upheld the centre's right for delimitation of Jammu and Kashmir. It's a big win for the centre ahead of proposed elections. The court ruling is going to have, in fact, no impact on the hearing, which is on Article 370. Anisha Mathur is getting us more details on that story. The court ruling in favor of the centre's powers has said that this has been made under Act of 2019 and is valid. In that sense, it's a green signal and a big victory for the central government, Anisha.
Well, yes, Neha, at this moment, the central government can breathe a sigh of relief as the Supreme Court has upheld its powers to set up a delimitation commission and conduct the delimitation exercise in Jammu and Kashmir, which basically means that the decks can be cleared now for the assembly elections and the panchayat elections in Jammu and Kashmir, because we've seen this has been held up because of the delimitation exercise. What is also interesting to note, however, is that the court has very clearly said that this judgment will not give imprimatur to any of the issues that are pending before a different bench of the court, which is hearing the issue of the Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Act and the repeal of Article 370. So both issues will, those issues will remain before a larger bench, which is yet to hear this matter. But for now, decks have been cleared for the delimitation exercise. The court has said that the centre does have the power to set up a delimitation commission for Jammu and Kashmir, that under the 2019 Act, because the Act itself has not been challenged, the validity of the Act is not under question at this point in before this particular bench. Therefore, under the 2019 Act, the centre did have the power to set up the delimitation commission, and the delimitation commission in consultation with the EC can continue its work. So what it means effectively is that the delimitation exercise and possible elections in Jammu Kashmir can go on now. Back to you.
Anisha Mathur, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us up to speed with those developments from the Supreme Court of India. More news coming in. Politics has erupted over Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Aero Show in Bengaluru. Karnataka Congress MLA is mocked, says Prime Minister visits even for minor issues before elections. The BJP has hit back, says Congress is scared of defeat.
ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ. ನಾನು ಮೋದಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಬರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ವಾರಕ್ಕೊಂದು ವಿಸಿಟ್ಟು, ಏನು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಹಕ್ಕುಪತ್ರ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರೇ ಬೇಕು, ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರೇ ಬೇಕು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೇ
Siddaramaiah has said that BJP are Godse worshippers.
सिद्धरामैया के गोडसे के बारे में क्या जानता है उनके बारे में जानता नहीं. पहले गोडसे का उन्हें वो जानना चाहिए, बाद में बात करना.
PM is a political tourist. He comes every time when there are elections. When we actually needed the Prime Minister during COVID, when the people were suffering, he was never here. When we actually needed the Prime Minister, when we never got our dues from the Finance Ministry, the GST dues to Karnataka, PM was not there. We actually needed Prime Minister during border disputes. The Prime Minister was not there. We actually needed Prime Minister in the water sharing disputes. He was not there. Now he is coming because elections are there. So why should we be scared? People know that this Prime Minister is an election campaigner, not the Prime Minister who delivers for the people.
Anaga has more details on that story. Anaga, the Congress has gone on to say that even if you're inaugurating a tap, the Prime Minister is going to land up. That's a direct attack against Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the run-up to elections.
That's right, Sneha. So right now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here for the 5th time in Karnataka ahead of the assembly polls. He is here to inaugurate the Aero India happening here in Yelahanka in Bengaluru. And to this, the opposition, the Congress, has gone all guns blazing against the Prime Minister, saying that he will fly down even if there is something very trivial happening in Karnataka. But ordinarily he wouldn't do this if it was not elections. But since we have election seasons coming up, he is coming here for anything. Even if it is a tap water inauguration, he'd probably fly down, is what Congress rebutted. To which BJP has retorted. C.T. Ravi responded to India Today by saying that the Congress is now fearing Prime Minister Modi's visit because they know that to every visit our vote is going to increase by at least 5 to 10%, and the Congress is now scared of the PM's visit, and that is why they have no other option but to retort their visit. Priyank Kharge also responded by saying that the state BJP leaders have no credibility on their own, and that is why they have to bank on the BJP's high command. That is why we had Amit Shah come here twice. Last week he was in Mangalore, just 2 days back he was in Mangalore, and then 1 month back he was in Mandya. So the Congress has retorted saying the state BJP leaders have no credibility to themselves. That is why they bank on their high command to come here every 1 week, to come and ask for votes. And this is a narrative panning out right now in the state of Karnataka ahead of the assembly polls.
Anaga, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us up to speed with those developments. Anaga, with the politics of the Aero India show today. Aerobatics and mid-air formations in the sky at Aero India 2023 in Bengaluru. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the 14th edition of India's largest aerospace and defence exhibition. The 5-day event started today with include aerial displays by aircraft, helicopters, along with a large exhibition and trade fair for aerospace and defence companies. The aircrafts touching the sky show the strength and glory of Indian Air Force. The event aims to promote export of indigenous air platforms like light combat aircraft Tejas, light combat helicopter and advanced light helicopter. As per the defence officials, 809 exhibitors, including 110 foreign ones, have confirmed their presence.
From your left, rolling now.
Are part of Atmanirbhar success story of HAL.
Dedicated and capable coastal security helicopter.
आज एरो इंडिया केवल एक शो नहीं है, ये इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ भी है। आज ये इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के स्कोप को भी फोकस करता और सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस को भी फोकस करता है। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि आज दुनिया की डिफेंस कंपनियों के लिए भारत केवल एक मार्केट ही नहीं है, भारत आज एक पोटेंशियल डिफेंस पार्टनर भी है। ये पार्टनरशिप उन देशों के साथ भी है जो डिफेंस सेक्टर में काफी आगे हैं, जो देश अपनी रक्षा जरूरतों के लिए एक भरोसेमंद साथी तलाश रहे हैं। भारत उनके लिए भी एक बेहतर पार्टनर बनकर आज उभर रहा है। आज भारत की संभावनाओं का, भारत के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण हमारी सफलताएं दे रही है। आज आकाश में गर्जना करते तेजस फाइटर प्लेन्स मेक इन इंडिया के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण है। आज हिंद महासागर में मुस्तैद एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर INS विक्रांत मेक इन इंडिया के विस्तार का प्रमाण है। गुजरात के बड़ौदा में C-295 की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी हो या तुमकुर में HAL के हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट हो, ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत का वो बढ़ता सामर्थ्य है जिसने भारत के साथ साथ विश्व के लिए नए विकल्प और बेहतर अवसर जुड़े हैं। अभी 10-12 दिन पहले भारत का जो बजट आया है उसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनियों को मिलने वाले टैक्स बेनिफिट को भी बढ़ाया गया है। इसका फायदा डिफेंस सेक्टर से जुड़ी कंपनियों को भी होने वाला है। साथियों, जहां डिमांड भी हो, कैपेबिलिटी भी हो और एक्सपीरियंस भी हो, नेचुरल प्रिंसिपल कहता है कि वहां इंडस्ट्री दिनों दिन और आगे बढ़ेगी। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि भारत में डिफेंस सेक्टर को मजबूती देने का सिलसिला आगे और भी तेज गति से बढ़ेगा। हमें साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना है।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की व्यापक दृष्टि और संकल्प के साथ भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है और अगले 4-5 वर्षों में यह दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की राह पर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। एरो इंडिया एरोस्पेस सेक्टर का शोकेस है, जिसकी 2 इंपॉर्टेंट कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं, हाइट एंड स्पीड। यही दोनों गुण ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर की वर्किंग एवं पर्सनालिटी को डिफाइन भी करते हैं। हाइट ऑफ इंटीग्रिटी एंड कमिटमेंट फॉर इंडिया, स्पीड ऑफ डिसीजन मेकिंग एंड डिलीवरिंग रिजल्ट्स।
Sagaraj is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Yelahanka right now in Bengaluru, where the event is underway. It's a 5-day event, Sagar. The underlining message really from the Prime Minister is that this is Make in India at its best.
Our very own Cupid drawing an arrow through the heart.
Absolutely. While addressing the gathering, he went on to say that initially India was importing defense products from other countries. Now it has been partnering with several countries to manufacture defense products from the country, and he has also spoken about the kind of work which has been done at HAL and the kind of MOU which has been signed with other countries who are partners with India when it comes to defense product. And he has also says that these kind of shows will also create a lot of job opportunities for youths in Bengaluru as well as across the country, a platform to establish internationally the forum as well as India as one of those indigenous countries to manufacture defense products.
Be with us, Sagai. Coming back to you in a few moments from now. In fact, we have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. The Prime Minister is in Karnataka, and these are first pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with Kannada icons. Prime Minister's meeting with superstars Yash, Rishabh Shetty and other prominent Kannada actors last night. These are pictures that are in fact coming in from Karnataka. Visuals of the Prime Minister with several leading stars from Karnataka on your screens right now. These are being put up by some of these stars as well. Remember, this was a dinner meeting that the Prime Minister held with several celebrities, actors and other superstars from the state of Karnataka just ahead of elections. Sagai is taking us to the details. Sagai, this was a dinner meeting that was held yesterday.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed yesterday at HAL airport. Following that, he had visited Raj Bhavan. He was staying there overnight, and he has also met a few celebrities from cinema industries as well as sports and other platform where he has met all those people. And there are several photos which has been shared by the celebrities, and these are the closed door meeting. We had also seen Kantara actor and director Rishabh Shetty, the actress in that particular movie, and late actor Punit Rajkumar's wife Ashwini Punit Rajkumar, and KGF hero Yash, and Mayank Agarwal, cricketer Mayank Agarwal, Manish Pandey, and several other celebrities were part of this particular dinner meeting yesterday with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And what was the agenda, what was the motive behind this particular meeting is still unknown. But what we get to learn is this particular meeting meeting was scheduled and organized by the Karnataka government along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Yes, you know what's very interesting, Sagai, is that Prime Minister Modi, not the first time, but often has reached out to, for example, Hindi movie stars as well. He's been in conversation with B-Town, has met them, has had several courtesy meetings. So this really is a sort of a regular feature when it comes to engaging with celebrities, influencers, isn't it?
Absolutely, and as you rightly pointed out that even in Mumbai when he had visited there, he has met a few celebrities, and even in Bengaluru he had met celebrities. And remember, it is an election year in the state of Karnataka, and these kind of meetings will definitely head the party in the forthcoming elections. But what is the agenda and what they have discussed about it's still unknown, and because it was a closed door meeting, as we speak now, there are photos which has gone viral on social media.
All right, these pictures have gone viral on social media. Also, Sagai, take us to the details of who all he met yesterday.
So what we get to learn is, according to sources, Rishabh Shetty, the actor as well as director of Kantara movie, and other co-stars of that particular movie, and KGF actor Yash, and cricketer Mayank Agarwal, Manish Pandey, and a late actor Punit Rajkumar's wife Ashwini Punit Rajkumar, and several other celebrities were present, and even few politicians were also present during this particular meeting yesterday in Raj Bhavan.
Sagai getting us all of those details of that meeting. Remember, the Prime Minister is in Karnataka. The state is poll-bound. Interesting developments with him having a dinner meeting last night. And these are first pictures of the Prime Minister's meeting with Kannada icons. Prime Ministers met superstars Yash, Rishabh Shetty and other prominent Kannada actors. Also comedian, in fact, also he's met a comedian also in these pictures, in fact, who put these out on social media. These have been doing the rounds. It's gone completely viral, the Prime Minister meeting Shraddha as well, and she's spoken about it too. More news coming in, and this is from Delhi city, and there's a huge furor over bulldozers that have been brought into Delhi's Mehrauli area. This is the Delhi Bulldozer Dangle 2.0, where the demolition drive has triggered a huge protest. The residents are out. Heavy security deployed in Mehrauli. Residents are protesting over the drive. In fact, this is the third day of the demolition drive, fourth day, in fact, of the drive, where the residents are protesting over the demolition. Up in arms against the DDA. Ram Kinkar is getting us more details on that. You know, Ram, just walk us through what really has happened here. Weren't the residents given any sort of a notice? They say they had nothing really and they have nowhere to go now. Could have this not been done better? What's really going on?
Sneha, especially this area is now cordoned off by Delhi police, CRPF and other security forces. Right now you can see how the private people will do the demolition. They are with the hammers and others. They are private construction workers. And right now you can see the earth mover are moving towards that area which is going to be demolished right now. And it is today at the fourth day, there are more than 200 acres of the area will be free from encroachers. It is said by the DDA officials and other Delhi police personnel right now here. There are some other persons who used to do their shops here, but they vacate their shops and right now you can see that how this demolition will take place. But those who are the residents and occupants of that premises are clearly saying that they are not residing here only 1 or 2 or 3 years, but they are residing here more than 40 years, and they have all the legal documents, especially the registry of that area. That is why they are raising question over the demolition activity of Delhi police, especially the DDA. But right now, the Delhi police personnel are here, and they are also talking with those, and they are also taking their steps to those occupants before the demolition drive. They should vacate, and they are also saying that this drive will go here towards the Mehroli Thana, because these shops are also coming under the encroachment activity. And if you see the whole drive of the DDA, then first 3 days was in the Ward 4 area. But this ward is now the Ward 1 of Mehroli, and that is why this demolition drive are going here. But right now, Sneha, the people are saying that they are living here from the decades. But what happened with the government, that government is taking such initiatives to demolish their premises? Joining with the some of occupants of the, आप ये बताइए कि जो डिमोलिशन है आज क्यों हो रहा है, जबकि आप कह रहे थे कि आपकी जो शॉप है वो बहुत सालों से यहाँ पर है, आज ये डिमोलिशन क्यों?
सर ये हमें भी नहीं पता लगा। ये डिमार्केशन अपने आप ही जब हमारे को अलॉट हुई थी तब ये मेहरौली का एक इलाका था।
So demolition, especially the demarcation by the authorities is the main reason behind this. Some are saying that they are not comes under the demarcation, but the DDA officials are clearly saying that they are demolishing only those structures who are coming under the demarcation of the DDA.
Okay.
And that is why the demarcation by the DDA, especially the agency, is now under suspicion. And this
Ram,
question
I'm going to
raises
keep
by
coming back to
the
you for more details on that story, Ram Kinkar, with a detailed ground report. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news on the other side. Do stay on with us.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है।
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in '79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Ambassador Sir, the fact that Syria has been under sanction, and there are many countries that have, despite not lifting of the sanctions, have sent aid. Could you tell us which are those countries that are sending humanitarian assistance and aid to Syria? And secondly, we've seen a lot of messaging from various countries regarding the earthquake, but very little on Syria, more to do with Turkey. What is your position or your reading on how the world has reacted to a natural calamity where lives have been lost?
Firstly, I would love to mention that those sanctions are only political sanctions imposed by the Americans due to some political concerns and interests. We have been always independent in our decision, and we will be independent in our decision. The country is changing. And it's not the United States, the God of the world anymore. Other countries looking for the position they deserve in the new world are taking their independent decision. Among those comes India. As I'm telling you, it took only some hours to start taking the decision of being with the Syrian people and the Syrian government.
We're going straight to Minister Piyush Goyal. In fact, who's speaking right now to the press. Listen in.
और जिस प्रकार से लगातार वेल में आके हाउस की प्रोसीडिंग्स को डिस्टर्ब करने का काम विपक्ष कर रही है, ये सभी की देश के लिए एक बहुत गलत मैसेज है और सभी का मानना है कि उन्होंने माफी मांगनी चाहिए। जिन माननीय सदस्यों ने चेयर का अपमान किया, जिन माननीय सदस्यों ने रूल्स लगातार तोड़े हैं, जिन माननीय सदस्यों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अपना रिप्लाई नहीं देने दिया महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी के उद्बोधन पर, उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए और फिर वो प्रस्ताव ले आए तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि सदन अपने विवेक से उस पर निर्णय लेगा, लेकिन उसका एक प्रोसीजर है। मैं मानता हूं कि उन्होंने माफी मांगनी चाहिए और माफी मांग के विपक्ष के नेताओं ने ये व्यक्त करना चाहिए कि आगे वो सदन की कार्रवाई ठीक से सुचारू रूप से चलने देंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, in fact, the government responding to what's really happening inside the house as far as slogans against the Prime Minister is concerned. On the other hand, at least in Rajya Sabha, the scenes that we witnessed were of the chair expunging many of those things that were being said by leaders of the opposition, by leader of the opposition and members of the opposition inside the house today, even as the showdown continues over a Congress MP, in fact, making a video of the proceedings inside the House. The chair has said that that is not acceptable and has suspended the MP in question. Adani's showdown continues in the upper house. Soon after the proceedings began, chaos broke out in Rajya Sabha after parts of Congress leader and leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge's speech were expunged by Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Even as Rajya Sabha chairperson continued to rap the opposition, members of the opposition continued to chant Modi, Adani, bye-bye slogans. Following this, Rajya Sabha chairperson had to reject the notices of all parties. The opposition has been cornering the Modi government over the Hindenburg report on the Adani group. Earlier, leaders from 14 opposition parties held a meeting in Kharge's chamber in Parliament.
Sir, the remarks which I made, they are parliamentary, within the parliamentary working. And Rajni Patil, unnecessarily, she has been suspended under the pressure of government. And government always, they wanted to suspend the local members.
One second.
Particularly in that.
1 second. Leader of the opposition, I request you, you took the floor and you have indicated in so many words that the chair is acting under pressure. These are expunged.
No.
You are forfeiting your right to hold the floor. This can't be done. No, sorry. Nothing will go on record. Every time you make an allegation, chair is acting under pressure. How can that be countenanced? You make it outside, you make it inside the house. No, sir. Sorry. No.
You are not in favor of suspending.
While politics has erupted over former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nasir's appointment as Andhra Pradesh Governor, after President Draupadi Murmu notified the appointment of former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nasir as the Governor, Congress and BJP have locked horns over the appointment. Congress continues to question this appointment of a retired Supreme Court Judge as the Governor. Law Minister Kiren Rijiju took a jibe at the party and said the whole ecosystem is once again in full swing over this matter. Without taking names, he said they should better understand that they can no longer treat India as their personal fiefdom. Abdul Nasir, remember, was part of many landmark judgments, including the one on triple talaq in favor of the government, the Ayodhya Babri Masjid dispute again in favor of the government, and the demonetization case.
नज़ीर अहमद साहब जैसे जस्टिस मिलेंगे नहीं, उनके फैसलों के ऊपर आप प्रश्न लगाएंगे, स्पष्ट दिखता है कि आप देश के किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन पर विश्वास करने को चाह नहीं है, चाहे सुप्रीम कोर्ट हो, चाहे इलेक्शन कमीशन हो, चाहे वो आर्मी हो। ये प्रश्न खड़े करने का काम इसलिए क्योंकि जो इनको सूट करे वो ठीक है, जो सूट ना करे वो ठीक नहीं है। ये माई वे हाई वाली पॉलिसी ठीक नहीं है।
ये बड़ा बहुत दुखद है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को इस तरीके की बातें कर रहे हैं। आज देश विकास, तरक्की, उन्नति की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है और इसमें अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी सहयोग नहीं कर सकती तो कम से कम इसके रास्ते में नहीं आना चाहिए। हम सबको मिलकर तरक्की की तरफ आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और सकारात्मक तरीके से राजनीति करनी चाहिए।
There is a need for a broader, wider discussion as to whether people who have served in the apex judiciary should really be qualified to or should they be accepting such post-retirement sinecures. It is a serious question which needs to be debated.
देखिए, जजेस को गवर्नमेंट जॉब देना, गवर्नमेंट पोस्ट देना अनफॉर्चुनेट है। एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 50% रिटायर्ड जजेस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं उनको भेज देती है, जिससे लोगों का यकीन जुडिशरी पे कम होता चला जाता है। जस्टिस गगोई को अभी तो राज्यसभा दी थी, अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया।
या तो कन्वेंशन होनी चाहिए अगर सब भी पार्टीज का इस बात के ऊपर राजीमंदी हो जाए, नहीं तो कानून बनना चाहिए कि पोस्ट रिटायरमेंट जॉब्स जो हैं वो 2 साल के लिए नहीं मिलेंगी किसी को भी। ये जुडिशरी के अपने हित में है क्योंकि अटकल पचू बातें कही जाती हैं और ऐसी बातों को से छुटकारा पाने के लिए एक कानून ही बना देना चाहिए।
क्या इस तरह के जजमेंट के तुरंत बाद आप रिटायर हुए और रिटायरमेंट के तुरंत 10 दिन के अंदर आप एक राज्य के राज्यपाल बन गए? क्या इन चीज़ों से मैं उन न्यायाधीशों से पूछता हूँ जो ये इस तरह की चीज़ें एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या वो अपना कांच में अपना चेहरा देख पाते हैं कि उन्होंने 4-10 दिन पहले तो जजमेंट दिया और आज राज्यपाल पद की शपथ ले रहे? क्या वो अपने आप को चेहरा देख के अपने बाल बना पाते हैं? मैं उन न्यायाधीशों से पूछता हूँ।
देखिए, ये वही जज साहब हैं जिन्होंने अयोध्या की जो 5 जजेस की बेंच थी उसमें ये एक हिस्सा थे और वो जो उसका वर्जन आया था, जो उसका फैसला आया था उसमें इन्होंने पॉजिटिव दिया था और यही वो जज साहब हैं जिन्होंने नोटबंदी को भी जायज़ करार दिया था। तो जो इन्होंने किया था उसका इनाम सरकार इनको दे रही है।
Right now, here's a video tweeted by Congress Communications Chief Jairam Ramesh in a bid to embarrass the party. He's posted an excerpt of a speech by former Union Minister and MP, BJP MP late Arun Jaitley in Parliament, where he said that a desire for post-retirement job influences pre-retirement judgments and it's a threat to the independence of the judiciary. Listen in.
Pre-retirement judgments are influenced by the desire of a post-retirement job. Pre-retirement judgments are influenced by the desire of a post-retirement job.
Huge political showdown has erupted over the appointment of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Abdul Nazir as the Governor of Andhra Pradesh. Calling the appointment a return gift by the BJP to the former judge, Congress has targeted the ruling party, accusing it of setting the wrong precedent. Remember, Justice Abdul Nazir was part of bench that gave the landmark Ayodhya judgment. Take a look.
Former Supreme Court Judge Justice Abdul Nazir is the new governor of Andhra Pradesh. Justice Nazir was part of a 5-judge constitutional bench which delivered the landmark Ayodhya verdict, paving the way for the Ram Temple. The government conferred him with the responsibility 4 weeks after he retired. The appointment of Justice Nazir drew howls of protest from the opposition, which termed it a payback for the Ayodhya verdict favourable to the Hindu side and an attack on independence of the judiciary.
अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया। राम जन्मभूमि बाबरी मस्जिद का सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले पर बहुत लोग सवालिया निशान लगाते चले आ रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट के दबाव में हुआ है। उन लोगों के शक और शुबे को और मजबूत करता।
As a matter of principle, we oppose it. As a matter of principle, we believe that this is a great diminution and a great threat to the independence of the judiciary.
वजीर अमित साहब जैसे जस्टिस मिलेंगे नहीं, उनके फैसलों के ऊपर आप प्रश्न लगाएंगे, स्पष्ट दिखता है कि आप देश के किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन पर विश्वास करने को चाह नहीं है।
Sharing a picture of the judges who gave the Ayodhya judgment, AIMIM leader Waris Pathan took a jibe at the Modi government. The BJP claimed that the Congress-left ecosystem opposes everything that the government does. BJP General Secretary B.L. Santosh slammed the Congress for crying foul over Justice Nazir's appointment. Justice Nazir is the third judge from the bench of Ayodhya judgment to get government positions. Ex-Chief Justice of India, Ranjan Gogoi, was made a Rajya Sabha member, while Justice Ashok Bhushan is the chief of the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, we're getting you all the details from earthquake hit Turkey and Syria. That toll across Turkey and Syria because of the earthquake has crossed the 34,000 mark. Rescue operations continue in full swing.
On February 3rd, a train derailed in a village in Ohio, near the Pennsylvania state line. This caused a huge fire and the area got covered in billows of black orange smoke. The train was carrying more than 100 cars, 20 of which were carrying hazardous materials that could pose any kind of danger, including flammables, combustibles, or environmental risks. Around 50 of those cars got derailed. National Transport Safety Board said that the derailment was caused by a potential mechanical issue with one of the rail car axles. Firefighters were called from nearby areas to defuse the fire. People residing within a mile of the accident were informed that an evacuation order remained in place. No injuries were reported from the derailment or from the controlled release of the chemicals, but some people complained about smelling chlorine and smoke in the area and having headaches.
It's really a scary experience. She ain't never experienced something like everybody has.
The US Environmental Protection Agency said around-the-clock testing inside and outside the evacuation zone showed that the air had returned to normal. With Arushi Mohindra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Turkey and Syria continue to bear the brunt of the deadly earthquakes that hit the countries a week ago. That toll in both the countries has crossed the 34,000 mark. Rescue operations have intensified in the tremor-affected region as hopes in finding survivors now are fading. Over 130 suspects have been detained as Turkey begins investigating those responsible for the buildings that collapsed due to the quake. Millions of people are becoming homeless now due to the mass destruction. Several have started to leave Turkey. On Sunday, 7th Operation Dost flight from India reached Syria with over 23 tons of relief material including gensets, solar lamps, emergency and critical care medicines. We're getting you all these pictures, in fact, from Turkey, where the hunt for survivors, in fact, continues a week after deadly earthquakes hit this region. Millions of people have now become homeless. There's been mass destruction. Several have started to even leave Turkey. On Sunday, 7th Operation Dost flight from India reached Syria with over 23 tons of relief material. This included gensets, solar lamps, emergency and critical care medicines. India Today's Gaurav Sawant is there and he's now joining us from a mass burial site for earthquake victims in Turkey. Gaurav, this is horrific. The death toll in the country, in Turkey at least, has crossed the 30,000 mark. Are there any hopes now for rescuing people alive, or is the toll expected to increase even further?
The situation in Turkey continues to be extremely grim. This now is the worst earthquake in the history of Turkey in the past 100 years. Last, it was in 1939 that about 30,000 lives were lost. Now, according to officials, the toll is higher than in 1939, and unfortunately it will rise because the relief and rehabilitation process is yet to start. As of now, the rescue operations still continue. So beyond the 7th day, hope of finding life is very, very less. At the same time, efforts are still being made. Even now, round the clock, heavy earth movers, JCB machines, they're working round the clock with workers to remove the rubble, to sift through the rubble. But unfortunately now, there are more bodies than people being taken out alive. Hope actually going down with each passing day. There is tremendous anguish. There's also anger now on the streets. In fact, the government has arrested a large number of contractors, builders and others associated with construction activity because the government believes this was substandard construction in some localities in the epicenter of this earthquake, whether it's in Kahramanmaraş or at Gaziantep or even in Hatay or Nur Dagi. What you see is some buildings are standing intact and some are completely demolished and destroyed in the quake. So there are some who say that it was substandard construction that led to these loss of life and very, very devastating impact of the quake.
Gaurav, over 5,000 bodies, you've been telling us, have been buried at the mass graves at Kahramanmaraş in Turkey, with more coming in. How are the Turkish authorities really dealing with the tragic deaths of its citizens?
The real magnitude of the earthquake was actually seen at these mass graves in Kahramanmaraş. Graveyards are running out of place and so many bodies and mangled remains have been recovered that JCB machines are working virtually round the clock in a pine forested area on the outskirts of Kahramanmaraş. And India Today was reporting from ground zero. You've seen those images till late at night. JCB machines, heavy earth digging machines, they are actually digging graves and more area needs to be cleared. One of the officials said that at least 5,000 people have already been buried at the epicenter of the earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. But unfortunately, this effort is only half done. Even as several vans, hearse, they would bring mortal remains, they would bring in dead bodies, and the digging would continue by these machines. Relatives were burying their dead. There were more vehicles that were coming in with additional bodies. So the real tragedy continues to unfold here in Turkey, and especially at the epicenter in Kahramanmaraş or in Hatay or in the Nur Dagi area. These areas in the south and central part of Turkey have been worst affected.
Gaurav, I'm going to thank you for the moment, for getting us up to speed with those developments. In fact, Gaurav Sawant, who is the only Indian reporter on ground zero, brings us this exclusive report from the mass graves of Kahramanmaraş. Take a look.
The mass graves of Kahramanmaraş in Turkey. The images behind me are mind-numbing. They're actually soul-numbing. Not one, not two, not three, but there are thousands of graves here of people who were killed in the devastating earthquake. And each day, in fact each hour, as more bodies are pulled out of the damaged buildings, pulled out of the rubble, families, the police, aid workers, rescue workers, hearse operators, hospital staff, they all line up here. This place is absolutely jam-packed with relatives and sadly even graves. In Kahramanmaraş, by some accounts, the JCBs, the earth diggers, they're working round the clock to dig more graves. They don't have a tombstone, there is no time. In fact, in some instances, There isn't even a name, there is just a picture and a number of the person who's been buried here. This tragedy is too big to even comprehend at this stage. Kahramanmaraş and Turkey still to come to grips with the enormity of the tragedy that has struck this country. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Kahramanmaraş in Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
With millions of people left homeless, several are leaving Turkey now, seeking refuge outside of Turkey. Gaurav Sawant with more.
We are at the Gaziantep airport and people in thousands are leaving this place. Gaziantep has been one of the worst affected places in this flood, and after day 7, several people say they've either been living in buses like this or in tents. Their houses are completely destroyed. They have absolutely no idea how long will it take for their homes to come up. So the government has announced all those living in the earthquake affected areas and want to leave for safer areas like Istanbul or Ankara or other parts of Turkey are free to do so. The tickets, no money will be charged from people who are living in these impacted areas. They just have to show their identity cards. If they're Turkish nationals, they fly out of here absolutely free. And that is why, just look around. This place is packed. Parking lots are full. Buses are full. There are thousands of people inside just waiting to go. We tried to speak to some of them and they said their homes are shattered. They are living in tents. They don't know how long will it take for the government to first pull down their houses and then make new houses for them. That is why they're looking for a safer place, a safer future for themselves and for their children. So Istanbul, Ankara, the northern part of the country, the safer part of the country is where they're headed. The government has taken another decision that no longer will they make high-rises in these areas which are in seismic zone 4 and 5. Only 4-storied buildings will be made in future. But that's a long process. It will take time first to pull down all those houses and then start rebuilding 4-storied structures. And once that happens, they say we will return. But till that happens, they have to live and look for a brighter future elsewhere. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
In the latest developments from Turkey and Syria as death and destruction rages on in the aftermath of the deadly earthquakes. Let's take a look. A 9-year-old boy was pulled out alive from the ruins of a collapsed building in Turkey's Gaziantep nearly a week after a devastating earthquake killed tens of thousands of people. Rescuers pulled a father and his daughter from under the rubble in an earthquake in Turkey. 35-year-old Gökhan and his 11-year-old child were rescued in Hatay. Rescuers clapped and hugged each other as they saved the duo. Syrian doctor has not left the hospital where he has been working in Syria as Idlib for 6 straight days now. The doctor goes by the name of Mustafa Al-Yamani. The small hospital near the Bab Hawa crossing is where many of the victims of the quake were taken and are receiving treatment. Nearly 7 days after Turkey's devastating earthquake, rescuers were still working relentlessly to find victims under buildings. The Turkish Defense Ministry showed military teams from Hatay lifting a man from the rubble on a stretcher, in fact. An army of excavators have been seen digging through debris. Drone footage is showing that. As Turkey continues to bear the brunt of the deadly earthquakes, the people of India are actively engaged in helping Turkey. Another batch of free of charge aid convoy was donated to the quake-affected region of this region. More than 100 suspects were detained in Turkey. As the country has said, they are going to investigate who really was responsible for the buildings collapsing because of last week's earthquake. Here's a detailed report.
Turkey vowed on Sunday to thoroughly investigate anyone thought to be responsible for building collapses due to the country's devastating earthquakes nearly a week ago. The detention of 113 suspects has been ordered and arrests have already begun. This is the moment police detained the developer of one residential complex that collapsed as he prepared to board a plane at Istanbul airport for Montenegro on Friday evening, according to the Anadolu news agency. There was no immediate information on casualties from the 12-storey complex in Antakya. Anadolu said the man told prosecutors he didn't know why the complex collapsed and that his Montenegro trip was unrelated. Opponents of Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan have accused his government of not enforcing building regulations and of misspending taxes levied after the last major earthquake to make buildings more quake-resistant. Rescuers were still pulling survivors from rubble in both Turkey and Syria on Sunday, but chances of finding people alive are dwindling. The death toll across both countries has now risen above 28,000 and looked set to keep climbing. Drone footage from the Syrian town of Jindaris shows the scale of the destruction there. The disaster hit hardest in the rebel-held northwest, leaving many homeless for a second time after they were displaced by a decade-old civil war. Those seeking shelter in Turkey are now also facing security concerns. 2 German rescue organisations suspended work there on Saturday, citing reports of clashes. One rescue worker said she had seen looters in the city of Antakya, but that her group couldn't intervene because, quote, most of the looters carry knives. Erdogan has warned that anyone caught stealing will be severely punished. The president has acknowledged problems with the relief effort, but says the situation has been brought under control. He's called for solidarity and condemned what he called negative politicking.
Details of that report and much more, in fact, going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
This 8-year-old differently abled student of a government school in UP has brought glory to his city, Bahraich. Whoever says disability can slow you down should look up to this little one. Divyansh, who is more than 40% disabled in his legs, created a record by doing Shirshasana continuously for 44.1 minutes in the G20 Yogasan Record 2023 program.
शर्मा सर और मैं 2 घंटा करता हूँ, पढ़ाई भी करता हूँ और प्रैक्टिस करके भी डीएम सर को हराऊंगा।
क्या बनना चाहते हो?
IAS.
His teachers were equally joyous as Divyansh bagged his name in Yogasan Book of World Records.
इन बच्चों को स्वयं से और कोच बुला करके महीने में 2 बार या 3 बार इनको कोचिंग देते हैं और इसी कोचिंग के बल पर बच्चे हमारे म्यूजिकल योगा में भी आगे हैं और सामान्य योगा भी ढंग से करते हैं। उसी का परिणाम है कि आज हमारा बच्चा दिव्यांग बच्चा शीर्षासन का रिकॉर्ड बनाया है।
Divyansh also won praise from the district magistrate.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने दिव्यांग बच्चों के कल्याण के लिए विभिन्न कल्याणकारी योजनाएं यहाँ पर प्रारंभ की हैं। उस बच्चे ने खुद अपनी प्रतिभा से यह स्थापित कर दिया है कि वह दिव्यांग नहीं बल्कि अन्य सशक्त बच्चों से भी ज़्यादा सशक्त है।
Divyansh's aspirations don't just end here. He wishes to be an IAS officer in future. Bureau Report, India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome to the lunch break. I'm Pooja Shali. Aero India 2023 is our big story of the day, but first the headlines. Let's begin. Prime Minister Narendra Modi kicks off India's flagship air might show. Stunning air display by air heroes as Surya Kiran's Sukhois and light utility helicopters take to the sky. But politics has erupted over Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Aero Show. Karnataka Congress MLA Mock says Prime Minister visits even on minor issues before elections. Bharatiya Janata Party hits back, says Congress is scared of a defeat. Endless expunging in the parliament as Adani showdown peaks amid Modi-Adani Bhai Bhai slogans. Khadge accuses Rajya Sabha chair of a bias. His remarks expunged immediately. After an ultimatum to demolish the Secretariat dome, BJP's Bandi Sanjay now targets the Nizams, says Nizams got thousands of people killed. War over appointment of the Ram Janmabhoomi judge as Andhra governor. Congress calls it a payback. Law Minister says whole ecosystem is in full swing again to attack. Death and despair in Turkey and Syria. The death toll due to the earthquake crosses 34,000 people who have lost their life. Rescue operations are in full swing, but time is running out. India Today is the only channel on the ground to get you the latest.
The images behind me are mind-numbing. They're actually soul-numbing. Not one, not two, not three, but there are thousands of graves here of people who were killed in the devastating earthquake.
In a shocking incident from Jagaipet in NTR district, members of the Madiga Reservation Porata Samiti, which is the MRPS, from across the state led protests in the region, protesting against bifurcation. So these are the visuals on the screen, this massive protest that is being taken out in Andhra Pradesh. When they gathered in large numbers, police tried to intercept them. Some of these members of this group who were protesting attempted to pelt stones at the police officials who arrived there. Nandigam ACP Nageshwar Reddy reached the spot, and the traffic constable Tirumala Rao sustained severe head injury in the stone pelting clashes that have taken place and has caused a stir. Police have picked up, detained several of these protesters. Let's go across quickly to Apurva Jayachandran for the latest. Apurva, what precisely is the protest against, and how could it not be controlled? It has snowballed into something that is turning violent.
Well, that's right, Pooja. In fact, we've seen the visuals of these clashes that have taken place, and it has completely turned violent as well, with stone pelting incidents that had occurred there in that region. In fact, these MRPS workers there had protested in large numbers, blocking the highway, the national highway there, after which police from the local area had to come in and try and detain these protesters. It was during this time when these protesters, the protest turned violent, and protesters also attempted to throw stones, pelt stones at the police officers who were trying to do their job. This is the visuals that we can see. In fact, in the stone pelting accident that had taken place, we are also seeing how one of the police officials also sustained a grievous injury on his head, and he has also been rushed to the hospital there for treatment as well. According to the ACP there, whom we had spoken to, he says that several of these protesters have been detained. Some of them who had also run away, police officials are trying to locate them, are looking into the villages in and around to see if they have gone inside the houses as well. Searches that are being conducted. But as of the moment, we do know that the protests that had taken a violent turn there, including stone pelting incidents that have been reported there in that area. Police are investigating into this matter. Most likely a complaint is also to be filed by this evening. Pooja.
Keep tracking the latest. So there was this protest that has taken place and appeared to have turned violent as well. Some action right now taken and situation under control. But they were also remember protesting against the bifurcation too and other issues. All right, let's bring you some other stories now. DDA has resumed the demolition drive in Delhi, this time in Delhi's Mehroli area. There were protests from some of the residents. Delhi Development Authority continues this drive. The DDA is carrying out the drive since Friday amid security, triggering protests from local residents. Houses and shops razed with bulldozers. Residents are calling it a man-made disaster. Nearly 1,000 square meters of government land was allegedly encroached and has now been reclaimed by this drive in Mehroli's archaeological park area. Delhi government, led by Aam Aadmi Party, has asked the DDA to stop demolition in which is going to the region. This is the South Delhi area in Mehroli. Now the residents hold protests against the authorities in order for the demolition. So these are the visuals coming in on your screen. Let's bring in my colleague Ram Kinkar for the latest on that. Ram, what is the current situation right now? This definitely looks like a volatile area. What exactly happened? What place is this?
Pooja, actually here are a number of police personnel are deployed along with the paramilitary forces. All the Mehroli police stations officials are here to see the law and order situation in this area, and it is the ward number 1 of the Mehroli in which currently the demolition drive of the DDA is going on, and it has been said that by DDA official that more than 200 acres of the area are encroached in the official record of DDA. That is why it will be raised or the removed after the demarcation which happened years before. And this demolition is on the basis, on the order of the Honorable High Court, and that is why there are some occupants, some residents, victims are approaching for the instant relief towards the court, and they are talking to their lawyers. But the situation is still sensitive. The peoples are here. They are claiming that they are living here for more than the decades. But right now, today, the DDA officials comes with the JCB machine, earth movers, and they are demolition. Right now, you can see that all the officials are there. And firstly, the sequence is firstly, they asked residents to vacate the premises, and after that the demolition drive are going on. And right now it is official also saying that it is the ward which comes under the archaeological park area, and it is the encroachment area on the basis of demarcation. But the people are saying they are raising a question over the demarcation despite the order of Delhi government to null and void this demarcation. People are not getting some instant relief. That is why they are looking towards the court for the instant relief. And on the other hand, the people are also saying they are the victim of the political blame game between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, and that is why they are asking for some instant kind of relief from the court. But if you talk about the fourth day, then this drive will go towards the that area where is the Mehrauli police station, and after the demarcation it comes that these area comes under the encroachment. That is why the demolition is going on. But the residents, some residents, Mr. Harmeet was saying that this is
the DDA and the government is saying that this is archaeological park area, this is under government, while the protesters are saying that they have every legitimate right and documents to be staying there, but there is drive that's taking place right now, and this is against encroachment that has taken place in the archaeological park area. But the bigger question, remember, why did it have to be demolished? What was the administration doing in the first place? Why were even these buildings allowed to be built if they were illegal for years? Ram Kinkar, thank you very much for now. After the Supreme Court backed centre over Jammu Kashmir delimitation that is being done, the PDP chief has criticised the delimitation report on Jammu and Kashmir. Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP has said the delimitation is a part of demography rigging. It's a government bid to change the majority, which is the Muslim community, into a minority in Jammu and Kashmir. That's what Mehbooba Mufti has said. Let's listen.
सबसे पहले तो डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन को हमने सिरे से रिजेक्ट किया हुआ है। हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कि उसके बारे में क्या फैसला आता है, और जो रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन का एक्ट है वो ऑलरेडी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने पेंडिंग है। 370 पेंडिंग है, सब कुछ पेंडिंग है। तो जब वो चीज़ें पेंडिंग है, इस पे वो फैसला कैसे दे सकते हैं? तो ये तो एक डिलिमिटेशन तो एक टैक्टिकल रिगिंग का एक प्रोसेस था जो इलेक्शन से पहले रिगिंग करनी होती है। वो उन्होंने किया, मेजॉरिटी को माइनॉरिटी में कन्वर्ट किया, माइनॉरिटी को मेजॉरिटी में कन्वर्ट किया बीजेपी के हक में।
All right, delimitation, remember, looking at the constituencies and wards in Jammu and Kashmir, specifically after it was bifurcated from Ladakh and with the elections expected to be coming up. Mehbooba Mufti says this new delimitation report is primarily a bid to change the majority Muslim community into minority. It's a demography change allegation that's coming in. All right, so it's fireworks in the parliament again, and Adani showdown is in the upper house today. Soon after proceedings began, chaos broke out right away in the Rajya Sabha after Congress leader and leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge's speech and some of its parts were expunged by chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar. Even as the Rajya Sabha chairperson, Dhankar continued to rab the opposition leaders of continuing to chant Modi Adani Bhai Bhai. That was what was being chanted, but following this, Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar rejected the notices of all parties, and there has been a continuous fiery Adani face-off. Rajya Sabha has been adjourned till 11 a.m. on 13 March. Second and final half of the budget session will resume after a break.
I stood up with a heavy heart, expressing my anguish over the bend away in which parliamentary traditions and rules of procedure, the undemocratic, unparliamentary words expunged of my remarks in regarding to our speeches on motion of thanks on the President. Sir, the remarks which I made, they are parliamentary, within the parliamentary one thing, and Rajni Patil unnecessarily.
Leader of the opposition, I request you, you took the floor and you have indicated in so many words that the chair is acting under the pressure. These are expunged.
No.
You are forfeiting your right to hold the floor. This can't be done. No, sorry. Nothing will go on record. Every time you make an allegation, chair is acting under pressure. How can that be countenanced? You make it outside, you make it inside the house. No, sir. Sorry. 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 No. No.
You were not in favor of suspending.
विपक्ष के मंशा है कि जो सदन चर्चा के लिए, डिबेट, डिस्कशन, डायलॉग के लिए बनाया गया है, शायद वो उस पे ना चलने देने का निर्णय लेके ही रोज सदन में आते हैं। हमें बड़ा दुख होता है जब जीरो आवर मेंशन में कई माननीय सदस्य अपना बहुत ही गंभीर विषय उठाना चाहें और उनको मौका नहीं मिलता है।
Let's bring in this afternoon live telecast my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal tracking all the latest from the Parliament. So Rajya Sabha again, chaos. What are we looking at today? Is it going to be a complete washout? What exactly happened with Mallikarjun Kharge's speech also, Aishwarya?
Well, Pooja, the opposition party, especially the Congress party, is now trying to make sure that they make the most of the last day today, and which is why we are now seeing Mallikarjun Kharge standing up and also now pointing fingers at the chairperson and saying that you have been acting under pressure. Whatever we are saying, it's not going on record. We want everything to be on record. Now, this obviously is also the opposition, especially the Congress party, trying to do 2+2 and also trying to say that there is a closeness between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Gautam Adani, which is why we are seeing the hangama in Rajya Sabha. And also this is, it's kind of a repeat, Pooja, of what happened when the PM was speaking there. So the opposition parties are trying to make sure that they put the pressure on the chair and also on the central government, because they understand after evening today they will not be able to put the central government in the dock. So all the parties, especially the Congress party, Pooja, wanting to make the most of this, of the last day, and also trying to get some answers from the chair of the Rajya Sabha also and from the central government too. Pooja.
On with me, because that's not all. A notice, remember, was issued to Rahul Gandhi over, as BJP is calling it, unparliamentary remarks against Prime Minister Modi in the Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha Secretariat then on Sunday asked Rahul Gandhi to respond to the BJP's breach of privilege notice over remarks on Modi. Now, BJP leaders alleged, the Congress MP stated, and I quote the BJP complaint here, false, contemptuous, unparliamentary and misleading facts were given by Rahul Gandhi against Prime Minister during the discussion in Lok Sabha on 7th February. Lok Sabha Secretariat has now asked Rahul to file a response by Wednesday. So 2 days for him to file that response to a show cause notice. So remember what exactly Hari said. He had said basically, and he was claiming that the meteoric rise of Adani's fortunes happened after BJP came to power in 2014. He also made several other allegations, and sections of that speech was even later expunged. But this is just what's happening in the parliament. Adani issue has reached the top court too. Supreme Court will get SEBI's response to its queries on safeguarding investors from unpredictability, volatility. And Supreme Court bench had asked the market watchdog to provide a means to shield the investors. Many of them are from middle class after Adani stocks bled in the market.
जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, जो सभी लोग कहते हैं, लिखते हैं, आप लोग जो बोलते हैं, वही बात उन्होंने कही है उसमें कोई अनपार्लियामेंट्री नहीं है, इसीलिए उसका जवाब वो देंगे.
The government, instead of constituting JPC, the government instead of constituting some sort of an inquiry into this, they are all out to defend one person who has been given everything on the earth by this government, and also have been given large sums of thousands and thousands of crores of public money. Why are you not constituting a JPC? The moment a joint parliamentary committee is constituted, all kinds of evidences will be there, informations will be there, proof will be there. Not only members of parliament, even
ये विशेषाधिकार हनन वनन के नोटिस आप भेजते रहिए, खूब भेजिए दिन भर, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. आज जो लोग जो लूट रहे हैं, बर्बाद हो रहे हैं, इसका जवाब प्रधानमंत्री जी को देना चाहिए.
और राहुल सारा दिन उल जुलूल बोलता रहेगा, हर बात का जवाब थोड़ा दिया जाता है.
मंत्री जी,
जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, राहुल पहले उसको समझ ले. दोनों दिन जो लोकसभा में भी और राज्यसभा में भी जो 80-80, 85-85 मिनट वो बोले हैं, पहले उसको तो समझ ले.
ये पार्लियामेंट रूल्स रेगुलेशन से चलता है, और जो उस दिन राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा वो बेस सिर पैर की बातें कही. यदि आपके पास कोई प्रमाण है तो उस प्रमाण के साथ ही आप किसी मुद्दे को उठा सकते हैं. दूसरा, यदि कोई एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट दूसरे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के बारे में कोई बात उठाना चाहता है तो उसके लिए वो नियम है कि आपको नोटिस देना पड़ेगा. यदि स्पीकर सेटिस्फाइड है कि नहीं आपका जो आरोप है वो सही है तो फिर स्पीकर आपको इजाज़त देते हैं उठाने का. लेकिन आपने जो आरोप लगाए हैं उन सारे आरोप के पीछे तथ्य क्या है, कागज क्या है, आपके झूठ के पुलंदे में क्या क्या चीज़ें पड़ी हुई हैं, वो सारे आप स्पीकर साहब को दे दीजिए.
So in case you missed, here's what Rahul Gandhi had said and to which Prime Minister Modi had responded in the parliament.
अदानी जी का जो नेटवर्थ है वो 3 साल के अंदर, नहीं सॉरी 2014 से लेकर 2022 तक ये $8 बिलियन से $140 बिलियन कैसे हो गया? एक लिस्ट आती है दुनिया के सबसे अमीर लोगों की, इस पे ये 609 नंबर पे थे 14 में. 609 पीछे बिल्कुल. पता नहीं जादू हुआ, दूसरे नंबर पे पहुंच गए.
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है.
तो
अध्यक्ष जी, आपकी गालियों को, आपके आरोपों को इन कोटि कोटि भारतीयों से होकर के गुजरना पड़ेगा, जिनको दशकों तक मुसीबतें में जिंदगी जीने के लिए तुमने मजबूर किया. आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, कुछ लोग अपने लिए, अपने परिवार के लिए बहुत कुछ तबाह करने पर लगे हुए हैं. अपने लिए, अपने परिवार के लिए जी रहे हैं. मोदी तो 25 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिवार का सदस्य है. आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के आशीर्वाद, ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा सुरक्षा कवच है. और गालियों के शस्त्र से, झूठ के शस्त्रास्त्रों से इस सुरक्षा कवच को कभी तुम भेद नहीं सकते हो. वो विश्वास का सुरक्षा कवच है.
India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal continues to be with us. Aishwarya, so clearly it was those comments and face-off that has now become such a fiery debate. It is still on, but my bigger concern also is what happens to the parliament. Netas and our parliamentarians can continue to fight off at each other, but there are bills that are pending, issues that need to be discussed and cleared. What's happening to that, and do you see any end to this current face-off between the Congress and the BJP?
Well, Pooja, unfortunately for people like you and I, those bills are very, very important. But it looks like that this is a fight. It is aar ya paar ki ladai for both BJP and the Congress party. The Congress now is trying to latch on to a slogan, Adani PM Bhai Bhai. This is what, Adani Modi Bhai Bhai is the slogan that Rahul Gandhi and Congress party at the moment is looking like, something that we saw in 2019 also, where Rahul Gandhi had come up with a slogan. And this is something which they are trying to do. The BJP on the other side is trying to corner Rahul Gandhi by asking him to submit all the documents with regards to the allegations that he has made. But it looks like, Pooja, this session too will be a complete washout, because the opposition parties, be it the Congress party or the Aam Aadmi party, they are trying to corner the government with regards to the Hindenburg report. They are asking questions. In return, BJP is turning around and saying that give us proof for all the allegations that you are making against the party and also against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Pooja.
All right, Aishwarya will be tracking all the latest on that there at the Parliament, and we hope there could be at least some important discussion as well, perhaps clarity on what this issue is going to turn into. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for the latest on that. All right, I'm heading into a very quick break. Stay tuned, because when I return, I get you that brilliant Aero Show India, because it's just starting. And even in the inaugural display, there was Surya Kiran, Sukhoi, the light utility helicopters and more. Prime Minister Modi unveiled. But apart from the Air Force show, remember, there was also the politics of it. That and more after a very short break.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. Now, Business Today presents the future.
Could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine.
BT produces a cover with an AI avatar of Pichai on its 31st anniversary issue. Visit businesstoday.in/subscribe and subscribe now.
Aero India 2023 inaugurated today, but also so did the politics, because also remember it's an election-bound state of Karnataka. So here's what happened. Prime Minister Modi was in Bengaluru today and inaugurated the Aero India 2023. But Karnataka Congress leaders slammed the Prime Minister's visit to the state, calling it political tourism ahead of assembly elections. Congress slammed Prime Minister Modi for sidelining the state during the flood situation or even during the COVID pandemic, but said that now, for even a small thing or any small issue, he keeps visiting the state because there are elections in the mind. Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party, looking at that comment, was quick to hit back, saying Congress leaders are basically afraid of Prime Minister Modi's visit because that could mean an increase in votes for the BJP, and they already see that increase by 5%, and Congress is scared of defeat.
Modi ಅವರು, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ. ನಾನು ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆ ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಬರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ವಾರಕ್ಕೊಂದು ವಿಸಿಟ್ಟು, ಏನು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಹಕ್ಕುಪತ್ರ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರೇ ಬೇಕು, ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರೇ ಬೇಕು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೇ
PM is a political tourist. He comes every time when there are elections. When we actually needed the Prime Minister during COVID, when the people were suffering, he was never here. When we actually needed the Prime Minister, when we never got our dues from the Finance Ministry, the GST dues to Karnataka, PM was not there. We actually needed Prime Minister during border disputes. The Prime Minister was not there. We actually needed Prime Minister in the water sharing disputes. He was not there. Now he is coming because elections are there. So why should we be scared? People know that this Prime Minister is an election campaigner, not the Prime Minister who delivers for the people.
कांग्रेस डर गया है. मोदी जी कब कर्नाटक आता है उसको पता है. उन्हें एक एक विजिट में कम से कम 5% 2% से 5% वोट बढ़ाता है, वो मालूम है. उसके वजह से डर गया है. डर के वजह से ऐसा बात कर रहा है.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನದವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಮೋದಿ ಕೆಟ್ಟರೆ ಭಯ. ಯಾಕೆ ಮೋದಿ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದ, ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದ? ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಯ ನಿಮ್ಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಕಲ್ಪನೆನೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಕರೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಮುಂಚೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕರೆಸಲ್ಲ? ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬರೋ ಓಟು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಕರೆಸಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
All right, let's quickly now bring in India Today's Anaga Keshav for the latest on that. Anaga, how can there not be politics? Because it's an election-bound state of Karnataka, but this is directly charging at Prime Minister Modi. So what are the jibes that have been logged at each other, and are we looking at only this to escalate in Karnataka?
Indeed, Pooja, we just spoke to R.V. Deshpande, who's a very senior Congress ex-minister, and he was also awarded the Best Legislator Award in the Belagavi Assembly session. And he just made a comment questioning PM's visit fully. He went on to say that Aero India happens every time in Karnataka, but why does the Prime Minister keep coming? Is it only because of the polls? So we had that massive attack from the Congress. And apart from that, the Congress has attacked Prime Minister Modi, saying that ordinarily he wouldn't be here, if this was not an election season, if Karnataka had any other issue with respect to border, with respect to water, or with respect to language, Prime Minister wouldn't comment a word about it. But since we have elections coming up and we have Aero India, the Prime Minister is trying to score political mileage out of government with, out of government events, is what R.V. Deshpande said. Even just 2 days back, Amit Shah had come to Mangaluru to inaugurate the Campo factory, where it was a government event, but still Amit Shah had made some political statements over there. So this is why Congress has gone all guns blazing at Prime Minister Modi, saying that he is using government events to make political brownie points.
All right, Anaga, keep tracking all the latest on that. So, of course, that's the big news. And for our colleagues in Karnataka, it's only going to get more interesting and more exhausting tracking all those comments. Thank you very much for now, Anaga Keshav from Karnataka. But politics aside, it was a brilliant, excellent show in the air. This, remember, with mid-air formations, aerobatics in the sky at the Aero India 2023 in Bengaluru. That's been inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This was the 14th edition of India's largest aerospace show that has taken place. A full-on show of strength, but it was the formations that led to gasps across. This is a 5-day event. It will include displays by aircraft, choppers, along with a large exhibition and a trade fair also for defense companies. We are being told that out of 800, there are about 100 foreign exhibitors too. The event aims to promote export of indigenous air platforms like the light combat aircraft Tejas, the LCH, the light combat helicopter, and the advanced light helicopter as well. As per defense officials, remember, 809 exhibitors means it is also primarily going to aim for the export of India's indigenous made equipments. Make in India for the world, that is the theme of this year's show.
आज भारत की संभावनाओं का, भारत के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण हमारी सफलताएं दे रही है. आज आकाश में गर्जना करते तेजस फाइटर प्लेन्स मेक इन इंडिया के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण है. आज हिंद महासागर में मुस्तैद एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर INS विक्रांत मेक इन इंडिया के विस्तार का प्रमाण है। गुजरात के बड़ौदा में C-295 की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी हो या तुमकुर में HAL के हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट हो, ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत का वो बढ़ता सामर्थ्य है जिसने भारत के साथ साथ विश्व के लिए नए विकल्प और बेहतर अवसर जुड़े हैं। अभी 10-12 दिन पहले भारत का जो बजट आया है उसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनियों को मिलने वाले टैक्स बेनिफिट को भी बढ़ाया गया है। इसका फायदा डिफेंस सेक्टर से जुड़ी कंपनियों को भी होने वाला है। साथियों, जहां डिमांड भी हो, कैपेबिलिटी भी हो और एक्सपीरियंस भी हो, नेचुरल प्रिंसिपल कहता है कि वहां इंडस्ट्री दिनों दिन और आगे बढ़ेगी। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि भारत में डिफेंस सेक्टर को मजबूती देने का सिलसिला आगे और भी तेज गति से बढ़ेगा। हमें साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना है।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की व्यापक दृष्टि और संकल्प के साथ भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है और अगले 4-5 वर्षों में यह दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की राह पर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है।
All right, let me now bring in my colleague Akshay Dongre, who's there in Bengaluru right now at the Yelahanka Air Force Station. Akshay, I can tell you that in the newsrooms, we were all gasping looking at those incredible formations by the aircrafts, and I can only imagine how it must be for you there on the site. What are the highlights of this year's Aero India 2023? Akshay.
Well, Pooja, there are several highlights as far as what is new this year, the things that are new this year are concerned. First of all, let's talk about the kind of organizing of this year's Aero India. It has been ramped up in scale by several folds, be it the size of the entire area that has been dedicated to the Aero show, or the number of countries that are participating, or the number of displays that have been made here at the Aero Show 2023. We are showing you different aircraft that have been put on static display here, that have come from different parts of the world, that include F-16 aircraft, F-18 aircraft. There is F-35 as well. The 5th generation aircraft, Gripen, Saab has brought its Gripen E fighter that it has been pitching for the MMRCA deal, for which India is seeking 114 medium aircraft as far as the operational needs of the Indian Air Force is concerned. But the indigenization was the center of attraction of this entire Aero show. We saw several aerobatic exercises by the aerobatic teams, Kiran, Surya Kiran. There was several maneuvers that were done by Tejas. We are talking about the AMCA, that is the ambitious 5th generation aircraft project that is being run, that is being headed by the HAL. The Raksha Mantri said that we are aiming at 100% indigenization in terms of aircraft, including their engines, and that was the key aspect of the speech that he made yesterday. There is going to be several news as far as the upcoming future of the defense and the aero sector of India is concerned, and the stepping stone has been laid by the the Mark 1 Tejas that has been developed by the HAL.
Very interesting, and it is a moment of pride as well, because this is also about indigenous manufacturing, repair, HAL's aircraft and much more. And if India can be exporting its defense equipment, that definitely is a step up. Akshay Dongre with all the latest therein coming from Karnataka. Akshay, thank you very much for now. Now, because Prime Minister Modi is in Karnataka today, there's a different highlight. Take a look closely on these pictures. Prime Minister Modi met renowned superstars and Kannada icons, Yash, Rishabh Shetty, Shraddha and many more, and with these pictures going viral by the fans appreciating, and of course very interesting comments that Shraddha said, Prime Minister Modi, as she's known as Ayyo Shraddha, Prime Minister welcomed her with that trademark style. Leaving you with these visuals of the meeting. Just days after United States of America shot down a Chinese spy balloon off the South Carolina coast, now Michigan officials are confirming that US military shot down another flying object. It could not be identified, but this was near the Canada border. An F-16 had to fire an AIM-9X to successfully shoot down this airborne object flying at approximately 20,000 feet altitude in US airspace. This is over Lake Huron in the state of Michigan. A US fighter jet had to shoot down this unidentified object. Remember, it was a full-blown operation yet again, this time over Canada on Saturday. It was a joint operation by the North American neighbors and the second such takedown in their skies of a dramatic downing. Again, it gains more prominence because of the Chinese spy balloon that was seen a week ago. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said he ordered the takedown of the object. It's the latest of a series of mysterious air intrusions. Operations came after the US said that suspected Chinese spy balloons, the one it shot down, were part of a fleet that spanned allegedly 5 continents. Turkey and Syria continue to bear the brunt of the deadly earthquakes that hit the country 6 days ago. The death toll is only escalating, and we're talking about 33,000 people at least who have lost their life. Rescue operations have intensified. It's been non-stop. But remember, time is running out. Take a look at these visuals on your screen. While there are miracle and hope of survivors who are still being pulled out alive 6 days later, but the time is running out. 130 suspects, however, have been detained in Turkey because Turkey is starting to investigate those responsible for the buildings that collapsed due to the earthquake. So while earthquake is a natural calamity, what about the buildings that were poorly constructed? Millions of people have also become homeless due to this mass destruction. Several have started to even flee the country. On Sunday, meanwhile, 7th Operation Dost flight from India reached Syria with over 23 tons of relief material, including gensets, solar lamp, emergency and critical care medicines. So not just to Turkey, but also in neighboring Syria, India is sending its aid. And joining me now is my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who's in Kahramanmaraş. This is the epicenter, literally. Gaurav, I cannot imagine how difficult it must be for you to be reporting. Tell us about the mass graves, that heartbreaking report that you also sent. What are we looking at as a death toll in that mass graves, Gaurav?
The situation in Turkey continues to be extremely grim. This now is the worst earthquake in the history of Turkey in the past 100 years. Last, it was in 1939 that about 30,000 lives were lost. Now, according to officials, the toll is higher than in 1939, and unfortunately, it will rise because the relief and rehabilitation process is yet to start. As of now, the rescue operations still continue. So beyond the 7th day, hope of finding life is very, very less. At the same time, efforts are still being made. Even now, round the clock, heavy earth movers, JCB machines, they're working round the clock with workers to remove the rubble, to sift through the rubble. But unfortunately now, there are more bodies than people being taken out alive. Hope actually going down with each passing day. There is tremendous anguish. There's also anger now on the streets. In fact, the government has arrested a large number of contractors, builders and others associated with construction activity because the government believes this was substandard construction in some localities in the epicenter of this earthquake, whether it's in Kahramanmaraş or at Gaziantep or even in Hatay or Nur Dagi. What you see is some buildings are standing intact and some are completely demolished and destroyed in the quake. So there are some who say that it was substandard construction that led to these loss of life and very, very devastating impact of the quake.
That's also an important aspect looking at it. Maybe a natural calamity, but did it worsen the death toll because of the construction that was made poorly? But also tell us, Gaurav, now that you're covering this area for the past few days, how is the world stands with Turkey, but how is the local administration, the Turkish authorities are dealing with these death toll, homelessness there in the country?
The real magnitude of the earthquake was actually seen at these mass graves. In Karama, Maharashtra, graveyards are running out of place and so many bodies and mangled remains have been recovered that JCB machines are working virtually round the clock in a pine forested area on the outskirts of Karama, Maharashtra. And India Today was reporting from ground zero. You've seen those images till late at night. JCB machines, heavy earth digging machines, they are actually digging graves and more area needs to be cleared. One of the officials said that at least 5,000 people have already been buried at the epicenter of the earthquake in Karama, Maharashtra. But unfortunately, this effort is only half done. Even as several vans, hearse, they would bring mortal remains, they would bring in dead bodies, and the digging would continue by these machines. Relatives were burying their dead. There were more vehicles that were coming in with additional bodies. So the real tragedy continues to unfold here in Turkey, and especially at the epicenter in Karama, Maharashtra, or in Hatay, or in the Nurdagi area. These areas in the south and central part of Turkey have been worst affected.
Gaurav, stay on with me because I want our viewers to take a look at the report that you sent us a short while ago from the mass graves and actually what it looks like. What does it mean to have a mass grave in Turkey after the earthquake? Here's a report.
The mass graves of Karama, Maharashtra in Turkey. The images behind me are mind-numbing. They're actually soul-numbing. Not one, not two, not three, but there are thousands of graves here of people who were killed in the devastating earthquake. And each day, in fact each hour, as more bodies are pulled out of the damaged buildings, pulled out of the rubble, families, the police, aid workers, rescue workers, hearse operators, hospital staff, they all line up here. This place is absolutely jam-packed with relatives and sadly even graves. In Karama, Maharashtra, by some accounts, the JCBs, the earth diggers, they're working round the clock to dig more graves. They don't have a tombstone, there is no time. In fact, in some instances, there isn't even a name, there is just a picture and a number of the person who's been buried here. This tragedy is too big to even comprehend at this stage. Karama, Maharashtra and Turkey still to come to grips with the enormity of the tragedy that has struck this country. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Karama, Maharashtra in Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
And that's not all. That's just one of reports that Gaurav has been sending us constantly. Now, remember, it's about the survivors too, and it's not going to be easy for them. Many of them are homeless. Many are leaving Turkey and seeking refuge abroad because they worry if the situation erupts again. Gaurav Sawant reports you what happens to those who were alive.
We are at the Gaziantep airport and people in thousands are leaving this place. Gaziantep has been one of the worst affected places in this flood, and after day 7, several people say they've either been living in buses like this or in tents. Their houses are completely destroyed. They have absolutely no idea how long will it take for their homes to come up. So the government has announced all those living in the earthquake affected areas and want to leave for safer areas like Istanbul or Ankara or other parts of Turkey are free to do so. The tickets, no money will be charged from people who are living in these impacted areas. They just have to show their identity cards. If they're Turkish nationals, they fly out of here absolutely free. And that is why, just look around. This place is packed. Parking lots are full. Buses are full. There are thousands of people inside just waiting to go. We tried to speak to some of them and they said their homes are shattered. They are living in tents. They don't know how long will it take for the government to first pull down their houses and then make new houses for them. That is why they're looking for a safer place, a safer future for themselves and for their children. So Istanbul, Ankara, the northern part of the country, the safer part of the country is where they're headed. The government has taken another decision that no longer will they make high rises in these areas which are in seismic zone 4 and 5. Only 4-story buildings will be made in future. But that's a long process. It will take time first to pull down all those houses and then start rebuilding 4-story structures. And once that happens, they say we will return. But till that happens, they have to live and look for a brighter future elsewhere. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
I want to thank Gaurav Sawant and Kirpal Singh, the team that's getting us all the latest from that country where, remember, it's just death and despair. For those surviving are also looking for opportunities now for next what. But there are some developments that have come in from Turkey and Syria. Let's take a look at that. All right, there's this miracle and hope still. A 9-year-old boy was pulled out alive from the ruins of a collapsed building in Turkey's Gaziantep, nearly a week since a devastating earthquake killed tens of thousands of people. Rescuers placed him on a stretcher, rushed him for medical treatment. Rescuers pulled out a father and a daughter from under the rubble of an earthquake in Turkey. 35-year-old Gökhan Uğurlu and his 11-year-old daughter Zeynep were rescued alive in Hatay. Rescuers clapped, hugged each other as they saved the duo. Remember, even for them, non-stop work, and to find one survivor is hope. Syrian doctor Mustafa Al-Yamani has not left his hospital where he's been working non-stop in Syria's Idlib for 6 straight days. Small hospital near the Bab al-Hawa crossing where many of the victims of the earthquake were taken and are still getting some treatment. Nearly 7 days after Turkey's devastating earthquake, rescuers are still working relentlessly to find victims under collapsed buildings. Turkish Defense Ministry assured military teams from Hatay lifting a man, Heser Demir, from the rubble on a stretcher. In Kahramanmaraş, near the epicenter of the quake, an army of excavators was seen digging through debris. Take a look at this drone footage. Once towns and cities stood here, today all rubble. India continues to send relief and aid to quake-ravaged Turkey, a perfect imagery of Operation Dosti, where India stands with Turkey. Ambassador of Turkey to India, Firat Sunel, tweeted this photograph of relief being sent from India with flags of India and Turkey on 2 consignments that are being donated to the victims. But Turkey now wants to also put forth an investigation. Was it just only the natural calamity that led to damage, or poor construction and corruption among the contractors? 100 suspects have been detained by Turkey, and they are going to be now investigated if there is responsibility over the collapse. This, remember, been a week of that devastating earthquake, thousands of people dead.
Turkey vowed on Sunday to thoroughly investigate anyone thought to be responsible for building collapses due to the country's devastating earthquakes nearly a week ago. The detention of 113 suspects has been ordered, and arrests have already begun. This is the moment police detained the developer of one residential complex that collapsed as he prepared to board a plane at Istanbul airport for Montenegro on Friday evening, according to the Anadolu news agency. There was no immediate information on casualties from the 12-story complex in Antakya. Anadolu said the man told prosecutors he didn't know why the complex collapsed and that his Montenegro trip was unrelated. Opponents of Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan have accused his government of not enforcing building regulations and of misspending taxes levied after the last major earthquake to make buildings more quake-resistant. Rescuers were still pulling survivors from rubble in both Turkey and Syria on Sunday, but chances of finding people alive are dwindling. The death toll across both countries has now risen above 28,000 and looked set to keep climbing. Drone footage from the Syrian town of Jindaris shows the scale of the destruction there. The disaster hit hardest in the rebel-held northwest, leaving many homeless for a second time after they were displaced by a decade-old civil war. Those seeking shelter in Turkey are now also facing security concerns. 2 German rescue organisations suspended work there on Saturday, citing reports of clashes. One rescue worker said she had seen looters in the city of Antakya, but that her group couldn't intervene because, quote, most of the looters carry knives. Erdogan has warned that anyone caught stealing will be severely punished. The president has acknowledged problems with the relief effort, but says the situation has been brought under control. He's called for solidarity and condemned what he called negative politicking.
All right, I'm heading into a very short break, but our hope and prayers always with Turkey and Syria in this moment. Stay tuned, lots more on the other side.
Roses, gifts, mushy letters, soft toys, yawn, and a very big yawn. So cliched and been there, done that. Travel can be a good activity to even reconnect, talk and spend time without the push and shove of everyday routines. But where? If your Valentine loves the hills, choose a quiet getaway which is not a regular resort or a hotel and get nestled into the valley with nature around you. If you both enjoy the water, skip Goa and do something fun and out of the box. Then there are cities which are known for their romance. But which ones are they, and are they even worth it?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And I conclude this segment with the welcome back that's been given to Salman Khan. The first song, titled Nayo Lagda from Salman Khan's Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan, has now been released during the grand finale of his reality show Big Boss Season 16. The song features Salman and Pooja Hegde romancing each other in the backdrop of picturesque mountains. That's the new look of Salman Khan, his fans clearly getting a treat. The song has been composed by Himesh Reshammiya, sung by Kamal Khan and Palak Muchal. Enjoy the song and we'll wait for the reviews of the film.
चुपके से चोरी चोरी होने इंतजार मुझे तेरा धीरे धीरे चुपके से चोरी चोरी होने इंतजार मुझे तेरा नहीं हो लगता दिल तेरे बिना धीरे धीरे चुपके से चोरी चोरी होने इंतजार मुझे तेरा धीरे धीरे चुपके से चोरी चोरी होने इंतजार मुझे
from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to the lunch break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's quickly begin first with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi kicks off India's flagship air might show. Stunning air display by our air heroes as Surya Kiran, Sukhois and light utility helicopters take to the skies.
हमारा लक्ष्य है कि 2024-25 तक हम एक्सपोर्ट के इस आंकड़े को $1.5 बिलियन से बढ़ाकर $5 बिलियन तक ले जाएंगे.
Politics erupts over Prime Minister Modi's visit to the Aero Show. Karnataka Congress MLA Mock says Prime Minister visit even for minor issues before elections. BJP hits back, says Congress is scared of defeat. In the parliament, endless expunging of the comments as the Adani showdown peaks amid Modi-Adani Bhai Bhai sloganeering. Khadge accuses Rajya Sabha chairperson of the bias. His remark also expunged immediately. After an ultimatum to demolish the Secretariat domes, BJP's Bandi Sanjay now targets the Nizams. Says Nizams got thousands of people killed. War over appointment of the Ram Janmabhoomi judge as the Andhra Pradesh governor. Congress calls it the Ram Temple payback. Law minister says whole ecosystem is in full swing again to target. Numbers of death toll increase in Turkey and Syria. The death toll has now crossed 34,000. Rescue operations are still on non-stop, but time is running out. India Today is reporting from the ground in Turkey.
The images behind me are mind-numbing. They're actually soul-numbing. Not one, not two, not three, but there are thousands of graves here of people who were killed in the devastating earthquake.
Delhi's Development Authority, the DDA, has resumed the demolition drive in Delhi's Mehroli area. There have been protests from the residents right now, but the DDA continues the drive in Mehroli. The DDA has been carrying out the drive since Friday. But there have been protests that have now been triggered by some of local residents. Houses and shops were being razed with bulldozers. Residents are calling this a man-made disaster. Nearly 1,000 square meters of government land has been reclaimed, according to the DDA, during this anti-encroachment drive in Mehroli's archaeological park area. Delhi government led by Aam Aadmi Party has asked the DDAs to stop the demolition which is going on in this region of Mehroli. Residents are holding protest against the authorities and their order for demolition. Let's go across to Mehroli live now. Rahul Gautam, my colleague, is there on the ground. Rahul, currently, what is the status in this area? How much of the area has been demolished? What is the DDA saying? What are the protesters saying? Because the bigger question is, sure, go ahead, demolish today. But what was the administration doing for so long when these illegal structures were being constructed?
Well, Pooja, I'm coming live with these visuals. They are coming in from Mehroli. You can see there are as many as 4 JCB machines which have been deployed by the administration here to demolish these alleged illegal structures. And a short while back, there was a sort of a confrontation between the residents here and the police officials here. And as you can see in visuals even now, women are being escorted out from this particular place. Police is saying that since there is a court order, therefore they would have to demolish these structures. And although these residents are pleading to the authorities, saying that they have already gone to the court, they've already moved to the court, and they're waiting for the court's verdict, which will be out in another hour. Therefore, they should not demolish these structures at least for 1 hour. They can give them an you can say some respite in terms of not demolishing these structures at least for 1 hour, and after that, if there's an adverse order, they can move ahead and illegal and demolish these illegal structures. But at this point of time, the police has made it very clear that they have a specific and direct orders that they should continue with the demolition. You can see now on your screens that the JCB machines that have been deployed here are already working in full swing. They are saying that there are clear orders that this entire stretch needs to be demolished, given the fact that these structures had come up on a government land and have been illegally encroached by these residents. And you can see there is a lot of police presence also to ensure law and order situation. But you rightly pointed out that this is also becoming a political issue, given the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party leadership is blaming the Delhi LG, and BJP is saying that it was their responsibility to take care of these people. But it seems that they have been left out in lurch. And you can see now, furniture is coming out from these buildings, and obviously there's a lot of panic here among the residents as to from where and how they're going to stabilize their lives ahead and where they're going to stay tonight and in coming days. But it seems that the government has made it very clear, the administration has made it very clear that since there is a court order, specific court order, that these people needs to be evicted here. And you can see now on your TV screen, there's a women also being dragged by female paramilitary forces personnel who've been deployed here to ensure law and order situation here. But extremely, the situation is tense here. There are a lot of police presence there, and there are people here who are obviously not really happy with this ongoing drive. But the administration has made it very clear that they'll continue with this demolition drive till there's a court order, adverse court order. They will not stop and they will go ahead with demolition.
It's a court order. These were illegal encroachments that are being now cleared. Police has been deployed. Many are protesting as well. But the bigger question always remains, why were these constructions even allowed to take place for such a long time? What was the local administration doing till then? We'll continue to get you the latest on that. Encroachments there in Mehroli area, in the archaeological park, we are being told that has been cleared.
Destroyed. C-17 Globemaster for Hawks of Surya Kiran Aerobatic Team.
Aero India 2023 is currently on, inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the 14th edition of India's largest aerospace and defense exhibition. So here's now a quick look at all the visuals that have been coming in of those incredible formations and of course the display. A full-scale LCA Tejas aircraft becoming center stage of the India Pavilion. LCA Tejas is a single-engine, lightweight, highly agile, multi-role supersonic fighter designed for air combat and offensive air support, with reconnaissance and anti-ship as its secondary roles.
Success. Without the foresight and technical acumen of...
But getting a lot of appreciation were the Surya Kirans, an aerobatics demonstration team of the Indian Air Force. The aerobatic team performing an amazing air show, making a heart in the sky. The team has since performed numerous demonstrations in various parts of the country and abroad. But remember, beyond the display and the formations, there will be the export of indigenous air platform like the light combat aircraft, Dornier light utility helicopter, and integrate domestic MSEs with the startup in the global supply chain. This, remember, we're looking at partnerships and investments. A jaw-dropping show also specifically by the LUH. But it was a gasp with the Sukhoi 30 fighter aircraft taking off to perform complex maneuvers. Sukhoi MKI is a twin-jet multi-role air superiority fighter developed by Russia Sukhoi and built under license by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the HAL, in India. The push is basically for the Atmanirbhar Bharat, but there was the Atmanirbhar formation too. A fight of 15 helicopters consisting of all variants of the advanced light helicopter and the Prachand light combat helicopter stealing the show at the Aero India.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give...
So aerobatics, mid-air formations in the sky. Aero India 2023 in Bengaluru has been inaugurated. This is the 14th edition. It's a 5-day event. It will include aerial displays by aircraft, choppers, along with large exhibition and a trade fair also by the defense companies. Remember, the aircrafts touching the sky, they are about the strength of India's aircrafts. It's also about the glory of Indian Air Force and our armed forces. The event aims to promote export of the indigenous air platform like the LCA Tejas, light combat helicopter, advanced light helicopter too. As per defense officials, you're looking at 809 exhibitors, of which 110 are foreign ones, and they are being positioned for a platform of Make in India for the world.
आज एरो इंडिया केवल एक शो नहीं है, ये इंडिया की स्ट्रेंथ भी है। आज ये इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री के स्कोप को भी फोकस करता और सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस को भी फोकस करता है। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि आज दुनिया की डिफेंस कंपनियों के लिए भारत केवल एक मार्केट ही नहीं है, भारत आज एक पोटेंशियल डिफेंस पार्टनर भी है। ये पार्टनरशिप उन देशों के साथ भी है जो डिफेंस सेक्टर में काफी आगे हैं, जो देश अपनी रक्षा जरूरतों के लिए एक भरोसेमंद साथी तलाश रहे हैं। भारत उनके लिए भी एक बेहतर पार्टनर बनकर आज उभर रहा है। आज भारत की संभावनाओं का, भारत के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण हमारी सफलताएं दे रही है। आज आकाश में गर्जना करते तेजस फाइटर प्लेन्स मेक इन इंडिया के सामर्थ्य का प्रमाण है। आज हिंद महासागर में मुस्तैद एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर INS विक्रांत मेक इन इंडिया के विस्तार का प्रमाण है। गुजरात के बड़ौदा में C-295 की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी हो या तुमकुर में HAL के हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट हो, ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत का वो बढ़ता सामर्थ्य है जिसने भारत के साथ साथ विश्व के लिए नए विकल्प और बेहतर अवसर जुड़े हैं। अभी 10-12 दिन पहले भारत का जो बजट आया है उसमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनियों को मिलने वाले टैक्स बेनिफिट को भी बढ़ाया गया है। इसका फायदा डिफेंस सेक्टर से जुड़ी कंपनियों को भी होने वाला है। साथियों, जहां डिमांड भी हो, कैपेबिलिटी भी हो और एक्सपीरियंस भी हो, नेचुरल प्रिंसिपल कहता है कि वहां इंडस्ट्री दिनों दिन और आगे बढ़ेगी। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि भारत में डिफेंस सेक्टर को मजबूती देने का सिलसिला आगे और भी तेज गति से बढ़ेगा। हमें साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना है।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की व्यापक दृष्टि और संकल्प के साथ भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है और अगले 4-5 वर्षों में यह दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की राह पर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है।
So these maneuvers and formations that you saw were from the Yelahanka Air Base in Bengaluru, where my colleague Akshay Dongre presently is. Akshay, it's been a marvelous show, but it's also more than the display. It's also about the infrastructure that we are developing locally and could possibly be exporting to. Tell us the highlights. One, it's a 5-day event. What are we looking at beyond, of course, these formations? Or let's begin. Akshay, let's begin first with the formations.
Helicopters were developed to answer the nation's need for a dedicated and capable...
Well, yes, Pooja, because that is in fact the showstopper. That is the reason why so many people actually wait for aero shows across the world. Our air fighters practice for months and months to perfect that art, and that is what happened today after the Prime Minister inaugurated. But what is beyond these flypasts that are going to take place almost on every day, because there will be visitors coming from 16th of February. They will also come on 17th of February. There is going to be a CEO roundtable today that will be attended by several industry leaders. For an example, behind me are the Boeing F-18 aircrafts. One is a single-seater aircraft, one is a two-seater aircraft. On my left-hand side are the 5th generation F-35 aircraft that have been stationed there. F-35s have come all the way from Alaska, as our friends here who have come from the United States of America have told us. These F-18s have come from the 17th fleet that is stationed in the Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific, and that is why the roundtable becomes important, because those companies who have manufactured these state-of-the-art technology that are considered the best in the world, they have come here and they are taking part in that roundtable conference, which is headed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Today, there will be all sort of discussions that will be carried out at Aero India, where Rajnath Singh will see that what exactly are our potential customers, what exactly are their requirements, and what exactly are our requirements that we can get from these industry leaders. There are going to be MOU signed on 15th of February. The event is being called Bandhan, which loosely translates into a formation, an understanding, or coming to an agreement rather. So there will be MOUs. Approximately 251 MOUs are expected to be signed. There are several countries, several industries that have come here in India, in Bengaluru, in fact, for Aero India, and they will be all finalizing their MOUs that are expected to be signed. On 14th of February, there is going to be an event called Manthan. Now, what exactly is Manthan? Manthan is sort of thinking about what we have to do in future, and that is going to be about innovation, how the startups, how the MSMEs are in fact developing for our aero sector and how they can contribute. So there are beautiful displays that are going on here. They will be carried out all throughout this week, and there will be visitors coming in from 16th of February, but it is going to be more about how we project our power and how we project our country as a potential manufacturing hub, not just for India but for the world, Pooja.
An absolute sight to behold behind you there, Akshay. So enjoy the show. Keep getting us all the latest there from Bengaluru. He's at the Yelahanka Air Base in Karnataka. But because it's Karnataka, it's an election-bound state, of course, politics had to erupt. So while this Aero India show 2023 was being kicked off by Prime Minister Modi in Bengaluru, Karnataka Congress leaders slammed Prime Minister Modi's visit to the state, calling it political tourism ahead of assembly elections. Congress slammed Prime Minister Modi for sidelining the state when it was facing flood or during the COVID pandemic, saying that now the state will have any small issue and Prime Minister will keep arriving into Karnataka. The BJP was quick to hit back to this comment of Ramalinga Reddy, who is the working chief of the KPCC. The BJP said that the Congress is afraid of Prime Minister Modi's visit, and they are claiming that with every Modi visit, it meant there could be an increase for the BJP by 5%, and that's what the Congress fears.
Modi avaru, Amit Shah avaru, Nadda avaru, Karnataka antalla ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ. ನಾನು ಮೋದಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು ಬರೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ವರೆಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನು ವಾರಕ್ಕೊಂದು ವಿಸಿಟ್ಟು, ಏನು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಹಕ್ಕುಪತ್ರ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರೇ ಬೇಕು, ಬೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಅವರೇ ಬೇಕು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಚುನಾವಣೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೇ
scared of BJP, sir?
PM is a political tourist. He comes every time when there are elections. When we actually needed the Prime Minister during COVID, when the people were suffering, he was never here. When we actually needed the Prime Minister, when we never got our dues from the Finance Ministry, the GST dues to Karnataka, PM was not there. We actually needed Prime Minister during border disputes. The Prime Minister was not there. We actually needed Prime Minister during the water sharing disputes. He was not there. Now he is coming because elections are there. So why should we be scared? People know that this Prime Minister is an election campaigner, not the Prime Minister who delivers for the people.
कांग्रेस डर गया है. मोदी जी कब कर्नाटक आता है उसको पता है. उन्हें एक एक विजिट में कम से कम 5% 2% से 5% वोट बढ़ाता है. वो मालूम है. उसके वजह से डर गया है. डर के वजह से ऐसा बात कर रहा है.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರಿಗೆ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನದವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಮೋದಿ ಕೆಟ್ಟರೆ ಭಯ. ಯಾಕೆ ಮೋದಿ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದ, ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬಾರ್ದ? ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಯ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಟೀಕೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಕಲ್ಪನೆನೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಕರೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಮುಂಚೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಕರೆಸಲ್ಲ? ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬರೋ ಓಟು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಯಾರನ್ನೂ ಕರೆಸಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
Let's go across now to my colleague Anaga Keshav for the latest on that. Anaga, this has become a huge political showdown, but because this targets Prime Minister Modi, do tell us about why are they saying that Prime Minister Modi is just coming on these small issues?
Pooja, I mean, the opposition is just doing its job. It is such a big event happening here in Bengaluru, and it's not possible that the Prime Minister can't come to inaugurate it. So the opposition, one can just say, it's just doing their job for targeting Prime Minister Modi for coming all the way to inaugurate. And apart from that, they also took a major jibe at Narendra Modi, at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that even if there was something very trivial happening in Karnataka, ordinarily he wouldn't fly down, but since there is polls, even if there is something as trivial as inaugurating a water tap, he'd probably fly down is
Anuga, it's very interesting what you're telling us, and keep tracking the latest. But I do need you in another breaking news that we are getting in. Do keep getting us this reactions as well. But I have a big news now coming in. Praveen Netaru, murder accused, has been shortlisted to contest elections from SDPI ticket in Puttur constituency. This is absolutely bizarre. Shafi Bellare is the accused, that's his name. SDPI president says they've not announced the candidature yet, but 3 names are there. One of them is Shafi Bellare. He's in the custody of the National Investigation Agency right now, as we speak, in the Praveen Netaru murder case. This, remember, is a big political news break that we are bringing to you. It's absolutely shocking. Netaru murder accused will be fighting elections now. SDPI will likely be fielding Praveen Netaru murder accused for elections too. Let's go across to Anaga Keshav for the latest. Anaga, this was, remember, the biggest news through the year, and now for SDPI to even consider that they will want to contest and even seem as a likelihood is bizarre. What exactly happened?
Now remember, Pooja, just few months back, Praveen Netaru was brutally murdered on the streets of Mangaluru, and that was revenge killing. This is what the NIA had picked up, and they had even revealed in their press release that this was a revenge killing because just a few months before Praveen Netaru was brutally, publicly murdered in Mangaluru. Just few months before that, somebody from their own community had been murdered, and that is why they had murdered Praveen Netaru. And now it is indeed absolutely shocking that they want somebody, one of the murder accused, to contest for the polls. And the news has just come in, and we will be picking up more reactions from all the political leaders to hear what they have got to say about this. But as of now, the officials also seem to be pretty tight-lipped about it. They're not really opening up, but we will be tracking this news very closely. But this news that has just come in, the murder accused is going to stand for polls, is very questionable and a shocking one.
Tell us a little bit about this Shafi Bellare, how his name had cropped up, and what precisely had led to his arrest. Just stay on with me, Anaga, because we are already getting reactions on this big news that has come in. S. Prakash of the BJP is now joining me. Mr. Prakash, there's a likelihood that the accused in the Praveen Netaru case could be contesting elections.
So SDPI is an offshoot of PFI, a banned organization which was involved in terror and disturbing communal harmony throughout the country. They specialize in killing the people and announcing a candidature of the murder accused, particularly of Praveen Nettur, is no surprise because their DNA is that. But the people of South Canara will ensure this candidate is thrown to dust in lock, stock and barrel.
But this also means, S. Prakash, that clearly SDPI knows that possibly this man, the accused who killed this person on our screens right now, Praveen Nettur, that this Shafi Bellare has a clout, likely has support too. Why else would you then field or even think of fielding an accused if you know that he's going to win or if he's going to lose? They're of course taking this initiative because they know he'll likely win.
No, his defeat is certain. They are deliberately putting him as a candidate only to disturb the political atmosphere in Karnataka or to polarize the political atmosphere further between majority and the minority community. But their designs will be defeated by both the minority and the majority community who always desire peace in the state.
Mr. S. Prakash, what if the Socialist Democratic Party of India, the SDPI, says, well, the case is still on. He's been arrested. It's not that he's convicted. Why can't he fight elections? What will the BJP say to that?
No, legally speaking, he has got every right to contest an election. But I'm, as I said, in a terror organization, cannot find an alternative candidate other than their own cadres who are busy in killing the people. And I'm not surprised about it.
Mr. S. Prakash, BJP spokesperson, thank you very much for now. I'm also joined by Mr. Tanveer Ahmed from the JDS. Mr. Tanveer, how do you look at this? Because this is absolutely bizarre. If the NIA has taken into custody with regard to the murder of Praveen Nettur, and then to even see a likelihood of him contesting elections.
See, firstly, it really shows the mentality and what ideology the political party stands for. By giving a ticket to a person who's a murder accused and a person who is responsible for inciting communal violence here in Karnataka, it really shows what is the political party stands for. It is totally condemnable, and see, every time we need to have political parties, Pooja, who could be source of inspiration to the coming generations. And having leader like this, who's a criminal, who is communal, who is prejudiced, so it shows what is this political party stands for, and I totally condemn it. I hope if SDPI people are listening to it, and they would track back on and change their candidate, because in democracy there is an opportunity for every person to stand for election. But having a candidate of this tainted reputation and that too in 21st century is totally condemnable, ma'am.
Mr. Tanveer Ahmed, because the BJP is of course jumped into it, and this will have communal political overtones too. Most likely the SDPI will be fielding him because they think that he may have support or clout in that local area. Do you think a candidate like this can possibly win too?
See, the candidate like this, who would it help and support? I think it would not help and support any other political party than BJP. BJP will definitely largely be benefited because they can really go shed crocodile tears and say that this is the type of candidate which they have filed and we all need to be together. But however, it is totally condemnable. I hope the entire Muslim community is watching and listening to a #1 channel of yours, would definitely take a decision and throw the party into dustbin where they belong to.
So my final question, Mr. Tanveer Ahmed, is how do you think this reflects on politics too? Because politics for young people should be about those who are willing to contribute to the society, must be part of politics. But when this happens, it sends a message that even if you're accused and sent in NIA custody, you may have a possibility to contest elections. That's the man face on our screens right now. That's Shafi Bellare. He's the State Secretary of SDPI, currently in NIA custody. Yes, Mr. Ahmed.
I would like to quote Babu Rajendra Prasad. He said, politicking is done for next general election, politics is done for next generation. These all are politicers. For them, next general election is far more important than the security, safety, progress, and togetherness of this country. I hope even now SDPI would change the decision and change their candidate.
Appreciate you saying that, Mr. Tanveer Ahmed. Thank you very much. For now, it's already become a political issue, but eventually it will be for the people. If the SDPI goes ahead with the Netaru murder accused and he fights election, the question is, will people vote for him? That perhaps is where it will reflect a lot on what is happening in the ground in Karnataka. I'm heading into a very short break, but I'm not going anywhere. When I return, I get you a special segment on entertainment in the club, wedding bells and more. Stay tuned. Lots more on the other side.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100. With Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. You're watching In the Club. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. And on the top story is Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani's reception party was one star-studded evening. The lovebirds were seen holding hands, posing for the cameras as they arrived at the venue in their stylish best. Here are some of the highlights in case you missed of the post-wedding bash.
After tying the knot at Suryagarh Palace in Rajasthan on February 7, newlyweds Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani hosted a lavish reception party for their friends in the industry at St. Regis Hotel. For their post-wedding bash, the couple ditched traditional attires and stunned in their western wear. The bride donned a white and black form-fitting gown with heavily embellished emerald and diamonds necklace, while the groom opted for an all-black look with a glittering jacket. The couple looked mesmerizing and so much in love as they posed for cameras holding hands. They were also accompanied by their family members. To be a part of Siddharth and Kiara's celebration, who's who from the industry graced the event. Co-star Alia Bhatt, who made her debut with Siddharth in Student of the Year, arrived looking lovely in a shimmery sari. She was also accompanied by her close friend and filmmaker Ayan Mukherjee. Alia's mother-in-law and Kiara's Jug Jug Jio co-star Neetu Kapoor also arrived at the party in a floral printed outfit. Varun Dhawan also made his debut with Sid and Alia, attended the bash along with his wife Natasha Dalal. Varun was seen in a white suit while Natasha wore a purple lehenga. Ajay Devgan and Kajol also reached the venue looking their stylish best. A video of them greeting and hugging the newlyweds also surfaced online. Vicky Kaushal and Ranveer Singh arrived solo for the party as their respective partners missed the gala. Kareena Kapoor Khan and Karan Johar also graced the reception bash of Sid and Kiara. While Kareena looked refreshing in baby pink sequin sari, Kajol looked dapper in his black suit. Designer Manish Malhotra, Ritesh and Janelia Deshmukh also attended the party. Gauri Khan also became a part of the special night and was seen arriving with Mahit Kapoor. Making to the guest list were also Anupam Kher, Meera Rajput, Arpita Khan and Ayush Sharma, Bhumi Pednikar and Rohit Shetty. Gen Z star kids Ananya Pandey, Shania Kapoor and even Ishan Khattar arrived looking their best to be part of the celebrations. Akash Ambani